Though they had gotten better under Slade's training, they also had a few handicaps. First of all, they had to watch themselves and make certain that none of their comrades were endangered by either their attacks or their foes. Tekkaman's Tekkaman had no compunctions at firing at their own forces, and in several cases, destroyed some spider crabs to get at their targets. Secondly, though they did possess great powers, the girls' levels of endurance were far less than that of axe, rapier and lance. They were still considered novices, and Tekkaman's forces were battle-hardened and more seasoned. And thirdly, Tekkaman's Tekkaman had learned from their mistakes and weren't giving their challengers a moment to rest. Mia gritted her teeth as she barely blocked Axe's slash toward her head with her spear. She knew she couldn't compete against his brute power, and the confines of the asteroid field gave her limited space to maneuver. Her battle tactics needed plenty of room to utilize her superior speed and mobility, but Axe wasn't going to give her a chance. He wasn't even giving her an opportunity to aim her energy darts or volteeker, as he kept moving and never stayed in place long enough for her to take aim. Rapier enjoyed matching each of Jura's moves and forcing her back. Her damaged face served to fuel her rage against her enemy. She would make certain that Jura paid for her disfigurement. Ruby managed to land a few hits, but the maddened Rapier ignored the cuts and returned them with hefty interest. Jura knew that she was in trouble if her foe wasn't going to stop for anything. The battle between Dinah and Lance was different from before, as the red-haired stood up against him, rather than fleeing. However, this only served to amuse Lance, as he easily blocked her attacks and countered with a ferocity that made Sapphire feel a chill down her spine. As the girls started to lose more ground, they realized that they needed a breather, so each called for their mini-dread to assist them. The fighters received the cybernetic signals and dug down toward Tekkaman's agents. However, Axe simply turned about and launched a sizzling crescent blast from his weapon, causing the fighter to veer off. He then turned back to the nearest Tekkaman with a bit of a scornful laugh. "Do you really believe those toys could do anything to us? How pathetic. ERK." Before he could finish his taunt, a sudden energy bolt caught him in the back, driving him down. A moment later, several more energy bolts came raining down on his comrades as the three mini-dreads had circled about and attacked from a higher angle. Mia and her friends took this opportunity to get some distance and rest a bit before going at it again. Flashes of light streaked across space as Slade and Saber continued their lethal dance together. "Very good, Slade," Saber said teasingly as his right shoulder was nicked by Slade's lance. "Maybe you haven't been slipping. It seems that you might just be a challenge after all." "Shut up," Slade snarled as he followed through with a slash, then another thrust. The two had already exchanged hundreds of punches, kicks and weapon attacks in the last few minutes, as both were reaching their utmost limits. Slade had so far taken more damage than Saber, as he had not yet changed into his evolved form. Saber's earlier words had struck a chord deep within the former Sodom, and he wanted to prove to that bastard that he could beat him. even without transforming into his penultimate stage. However, as pride was clouding his judgment, Slade was unaware that Tekkaman's plan was about to complete its second stage. Dwero, can you hear me? Are you alright? What's your status? Barren cried out as she tried to raise the physician on the tactical net. However, with all the interference, she couldn't contact him. As she blasted her away toward Rabi's ship, she put her dread sensors on full for any life signs aboard the derelict hulk. She became immensely relieved when she picked up Dwero's biosignature, but at a reduced level. Then her threat alarms went off as her proximity sensors picked up something large and was about to collide with her fighter. Huh? Imminent collision? I don't see any. Whoa! From out of nowhere, several spider crabs appeared in front of her dread and latched themselves on the nose. A few more emerged from what appeared to be a cloaking field and attached themselves to her aft sections. Their claws and fangs sunk deep into her hull and began siphoning off her energy cells. Her console lights flickered wildly as power levels dropped at a rapid rate. Where the hell did these things come from? Barren wondered as she thought to free her dread from their clutches. However, she realized that it was a losing battle and she would have to eject. Damn! Lost my second dread in a week. Fortunately for her, she would not be defenseless once she abandoned her dread. After the creation of the Tekka suit prototype, Barren had requested Perfect for one. It was stored within a compartment just below and behind her ejection pod. Pulling the lever, she was immediately catapulted out of her fighter. This time, when her spacesuit enveloped her, she disembarked from the pod as it jettisoned its cargo. The module below it expanded and opened up, revealing the Tekka suit. The mecha opened up its outer frame, allowing her to enter it and activate its weapons system. Unlike the original Tekka suit, this model was armed with two shoulder-mounted quantum cannons, plus twin blasters on each forearm. On each hip was a triple, mini-missile launcher. Her helmet possessed a pair of mini-guns for defense. In essence, her Tekka suit was a walking artillery unit. Using the advanced, multiple targeting system, she let loose with a barrage of quantum blasts, lasers and projectiles at her enemies. She made a beeline toward Rabi's ship, hoping to get to Dwero. As she sped toward it, she saw her fighter being dragged away. What the? They're not destroying it. What would I want with it? She didn't have any time to contemplate further as more spider crabs began attacking her en masse. She continued to blast away at the seemingly endless numbers of monsters, filling that area of space with the innards of the beasts, but they kept on coming. It seemed like two would appear for each one that she destroyed. She lost track of time as found herself being swamped by the creatures. Then some warning lights of her Tekka suit came on. Oh no! I'm running low on ammo. It was at that point, when she cursed herself for refusing Perfect's offer to arm her suit with a close-quarters weapon. The dread pilot had opted for more firepower in exchange for a lack of a sword or even a knife. She began wishing for a Tarak assault rifle and its bayonet. Once she was out of ammunition, she would be completely defenseless. She kept on fighting, hoping to reach the physician before her guns ran dry. Unfortunately, a minute later, her weapons did just that. And once the spider crabs realized that fact, they moved in for the coup de grace. Spitting out gelatinous ooze from their mouths, they started to coat the Tekka suit from head to toe. Barnet felt as if she was trying to swim through gelatin as her suit's servos strained to break her free. Her power levels began to fluctuate and soon, she was immobilized. One spider crab took up her suit in its mandibles and began to carry her away. Another spider crab broke into Rabi's vessel and extracted the doctor from it. It followed its brethren as they began to retreat. Jura cried out as witnessed her friend and the doctor being taken away. Suddenly, lance, axe, and rapier broke their attack and started to retreat. What the? Mia gasped as she and her comrades watched the enemy in full retreat. Saber growled as he received the mental command from Tekkaman to withdraw. He was not going to be cheated out of his victory against Slade. Not now. Saber, you will return to base. Now! Tekkaman commanded. Saber growled again. Currently, he had Slade pinned against the carcass of a spider crab and was in perfect position to destroy him. However, just as he was about to fire his anti-voltiker at point-blank range, he felt a stabbing pain in his skull, forcing him to break off and join the other Radam forces. Slade was wondering why his foe was throwing away his chance to kill him and prepared to go after him. Unfortunately, Tekkaman had other ideas as he let loose with the weapon to ensure Saber and the others escape. The object that had been hidden from sight revealed itself. The nirvana. I don't believe it. How could they have cloaked that from our sensors? BC gasped. The rest of the bridge crew were also shocked. The thing had once been a harvester flagship, but with Radam's takeover, it had been grotesquely mutated into an abomination. It looked more menacing than anything anyone had ever seen. The hull was more organic in appearance and it resembled some monstrous whale that was about to swallow everything in its path. Its front had a gaping maw that looked as if it could engulf a small moon. And now, it was ready to devour the crew of the Nirvana. It must have been hiding at the edge of asteroid field, where the electromagnetic pulses and solar flare interference are the most concentrated. Emerald announced, then found out some more bad news. Captain, energy readings are climbing. That thing is about to open fire on us. Evasive action, Bart. Now! Magna barked. The Tarak navigator was already doing just that as he frantically worked the controls to get the Nirvana out of the way. Just then, the monstrous vessel let loose with a torrent of energy. Anything that was in its path was instantly obliterated. Hordes of spider crabs were reduced to subatomic particles in an instant, along with numerous asteroids and space debris. The Dreads and Tekka suits barely managed to evade the wave of annihilation. And as for the Nirvana, it also avoided destruction, though it was violently rocked when the beam grazed its defensive shields, reducing their power by 50%. The impact had also knocked out the ship's navigational systems, leaving it a sitting duck. Slade, we've got to stop that thing, Jura cried out as she and the other Tekkaman regrouped. But what about Mr. Doctor and Barnet? Ida said as she gestured to the retreating Radam forces. The physician and dread pilot were taken aboard a siege ship, along with Tarkon's minions. A moment later, the ship warped into hyperspace and disappeared. We can't go after them now, Mia said in frustration. Slade, you have to transform. I'll try. The white Tekkaman gasped as he was still somewhat exhausted from his bout with Saber. However, as he began focusing his inner energy, his body trembled with unexplained pain and convulsions. Slade, what's wrong? Jura said as the Radam weapon was readying to fire again. I can't. ARGH. It hurts. Perfect, though very upset over the loss of Guero and Barnet, kept her wits about her as she noted the situation from her own station and contacted Mia. Mia, what's going on? Why hasn't Slade transformed? I don't know. Mia replied. He's in great pain and... Never mind that now. If he can't use his megavoltiker, then you three are going to have to stop that thing. Huh? But we don't have the kind of firepower to stop that thing. Yes, you do. Perfect began entering certain codes into her console, sending out a special signal to the mini-dreads and the Tekkabot. Mini-dreads. Pegas. Dual battle modes. Pegas declared as it began to transform into its alternate state. At the same time, the mini-dreads also underwent a change in configuration. Titus hooked up in front, while Jura and Mia's linked into Pegas' sides, forming a triangular platform. The energy amplifiers of the Tekkabot appeared as the mini-dreads also began emitting power fields. The three Tekkaman understood the transformation and flew down toward the new machine. Ida took the forward position, while Mia and Jura took the two sides. Energy waves started to convalesce about them as they prepared to fire off their voltikers. Slade gritted his teeth and bit down on the pain. He had to transform. Now! With supreme effort, Slade triggered the change to his penultimate form, Tekkaman Blaster. Immediately, he opened up his voltiker units and prepared to fire. At that instant, the monstrous Radam warship let loose with another destructive blast, aimed directly at the Nirvana. The only thing between the pirate ship and total obliteration were Slade and his Tekkaman team. Ida, Jura and Mia couldn't hold back any longer as their collective energies were primed. They let loose with their combined attack as they cried out in unison. Triad. Super VOLTEKK. A brilliant beam of red, blue and white hues was released and struck dead on with the warship's attack. The two beams pushed at each other, trying to overpower each other in a contest of domination. The three girls found themselves being pushed to their limits as they struggled to hold back the Radam vessel's beam. If they were to let up for an instant, they would be completely overwhelmed and doomed to oblivion. However, as great as their new attack was, They were still human, and the Radam flagship was a machine that would keep attacking until its target was destroyed. They needed more power. They got it. Slade let loose with his Holocaust blast, which added to the girls and pushed back the warships. The resulting math was simple. Slade's megavoltiker, plus the triad supervoltiker, plus the backlash of energy from its own attack, equaled one massive feedback explosion with the warships inside. The craft went up like gigantic Roman candle, causing the entire sector to be engulfed in massive energy shockwaves. Slade and the girls were hurled backward from the death of their opponent, but were quickly rescued by Gascogni's delivery ship as the pirates withdrew from the scene. However, not all of them would be returning to the Nirvana. 1 week later, Slade groaned as he awoke from his bed within the sick bay. Standing around him were Jura, Mia, Taira, PC and Magno. At his side and taking his blood pressure with the pulse meter was Piley. "Ah, D-boys. It's good to have you back. We were beginning to worry that you'd never come around," Magno said solemnly. "Mr. Alien, are you all right?" the red-haired girl asked with much concern in her voice. "I felt better, but I think I'll live." "How long I was out this time?" PC took a deep breath before answering. "You were unconscious for almost 7 days. 7 days?" He was taken by surprise by that fact. "But I usually recover within a day or two after transforming to my evolved state. I must have been more hurt from fighting Saber than I thought," Magno said slowly. "However, there's still the question of why you had such difficulty in transforming. The girls told me that you had experienced extreme pain, and they saw you convulsing a bit. I was just tired, that's all," Slade said quickly. "I mean, ask the doc. He can tell you that it's just fatigue. That's it." "Well, there's a bit of a problem with that because we can't ask Tuero." The elderly woman bowed her head sadly. It was then that the last battle came back in Slade's mind. He grew more apprehensive as he looked around the sick bay, and noted that a certain someone was missing. He then turned to Piley with a questioning gaze. The nurse in training shook her head and gave him a helpless expression. Within the engineering section of the ship, a certain bespectacled engineering genius was sobbing uncontrollably in her office. She had failed. Her greatest achievement, the Tekka suit, had failed to protect the one who meant so much to her. Tuero was gone, along with Barnett. It was most likely that she would never see either of them again. Her greatest rival for the physician's affections would at least perish with him, while she would live on with the knowledge that she had not done her best to keep him safe. Parfait continued to cry, and cry, and cry some more. Earth. Saber smiled as the seed ship approached the former homeworld of the human race. Currently, he was in his human form. As the vessel docked with the outer edge of the mutated space ring, he decided to check up on his cargo. Entering one section of the storage areas, he walked over to where a Tarak doctor was being restrained. He had been kept alive by a suspension field, and was still in his deactivated Tekka suit. The armor was held back by several tendrils, which was connected to a Tekkapod matrix. Slade's opponent smirked as he touched a switch on a console and turned off the suspension field. Guero slowly began coming around as a pair of tendrils removed his suit's helmet. When his vision cleared, he looked about, then saw a familiar face. "What were you?" Saber chuckled a bit. "Well now, I wasn't expecting for you to remember me, Guero McFile. It was quite some time since we last met face to face. As a doctor, I have a talent for remembering people," Guero admitted, then became a bit confused. "Wait a minute. I don't recall introducing myself to you. How did you know my name?" Saber chuckled again as he accessed the console again and brought up Guero's file on a holographic display. The Tarak doctor was quick to realize the situation. "That's my personal files from the Nirvana's sick day records." Then he put two and two together. "So, you planted some kind of spy aboard the Nirvana during one of your attacks, and Rabbi's call for help was all a setup?" "Correct. I slipped a little mole aboard Barnett's thread, in which we used to download all of the personnel files and some certain secrets of the Nirvana. Then, why didn't you use that information to destroy us? Why did you go through all the trouble of capturing you and that dread pilot?" Saber finished. When Guero nodded, the Crimson Tekkaman smirked. "Believe me, it wasn't my idea. However, you will understand once you meet with Lord Tekkaman. Oh yes, our Lord and Master. However, you will not face him in imitation Tekkaman armor. Therefore, we shall provide you with the proper wardrobe." With those words, he gave a silent nod to the Tekkapod matrix. The living machine threw forth a large Tekkapod, which opened up like a Venus flytrap. Guero was engulfed in an instant, giving him no time to even scream. In moments, the armor started to dissolve as the Tarak man struggled to free himself. Saber shrugged his shoulders as he began to walk away toward the exit. He wasn't too concerned with the doctor's futile attempts to escape. Sooner or later, he'd come around. Just as the door started to close behind him, he called back to the still struggling Nirvana healer. "I'll see you later, Razor." Sometime later, somewhere deep within the earth, a certain dread pilot started to come around. However, when she saw her surroundings, she began to wish she had remained unconscious. The dread pilot was strapped down to what looked like the doctor's surgical table on the Nirvana, but instead of a restraining field, her body was held by numerous, slimy tentacles. They seemed to come out from the table's foundation. The room she was in was dark and it had seemed to have an evil aura emanating all over the place. The place was dimly lit by a few illumination lights, but she couldn't discern much from where she lay. There was just something so malevolent about this room that made a continuous chill run down her spine. Then she started to recall the bat and wondered if Guero was still alive. Her heart began to beat faster as concern for the physician grew. What had happened to him? Was he somewhere nearby? Is he alright? Just what was going on and where was she? It was then that she heard an ominous chuckling and looked to her left. She saw a dark figure emerge from the shadows and approach her. Her eyes widened as the figure came to the side of the table and looked down at her. Barren or Angelo. Meet Tekkaman, the supreme warlord of the Radam. Who are you? Barnet gasped as she tried not to look away in fear at the murderous destroyer of the harvesters. His presence seemed to give off a kind of darkness that spoke of nothing but death and destruction. His eyes glowed beneath his armored helm and seemed to burn into her soul. There was no compassion or mercy to be found in him. That much Barnet knew for certain. You'll do. Tekkaman said simply. Yes, you'll do just perfectly. Like your friend. With those words, he waved his right hand and made a holographic display appear. The brunette's widened as she beheld an image of Poirot. The physician was naked and was curled up in a fetal position. He was inside what appeared to be an organic globe and suspended in some kind of fluid. His eyes were closed and he seemed to be asleep. However, his face was in fixed, anguished expression, as if he was in constant pain. Lines of red light ran across his flesh, and she saw a dark blue-black light emanating from his forehead. You monster! What are you doing to him? Let him go. Tekkaman chuckled again as he shut down the image and gazed down at her. I must admit, he put up quite a bit of resistance, but eventually he succumbed to the process. Process? What process? She demanded as she continued to struggle against her bonds. The tentacles responded by tightening their grip. The warlord ignored her frustration and futile attempts to free herself. The process will be completed within a few days. He'll make an excellent Tekkaman. What? Tekkaman? The female pirate stopped thrashing about when she heard his words. Oh yes. He'll be powerful, and totally subservient to me. As you will be. Like hell. Barnet screamed as she started thrashing anew. Tekkaman began laughing at her defiance. Oh you will, Barnet or Angelo. You most certainly will. He plumped to her right side. A small, spherical growth emerged from the table's surface and burst open, sending a pus flying. From within the tiny pod, a certain organism appeared and began making its way toward the top of the table, and Barnet's neck. The girl began to have flashbacks to when that desert spider tried to bite her jugular. That time, Poirot had saved her with his knife-throwing abilities, but she had no one to help her now. The screams of the dread pilot echoed throughout the halls of the Radam headquarters, as she began her journey through darkness with no hope. Somewhere in space, a small object was tumbling through the black void. Within it, a certain former mercenary and traitor could only watch helplessly as he drifted aimlessly. After the Radam had sprung their trap and achieved their goal, they had decided that Rabbi had outlived his fullness. As a result, he had been left to die. But, by a strange twist of fate, His suspension capsule had somehow survived the destruction of his craft and was now wandering about the cosmos. Where he would finally end up was all up to fate, as the universe was not through with Rabi just yet. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, this story is certainly taking a turn for the worse for our heroes, as two of their group is now in the clutches of the Radam, and Slade is feeling not himself. As for Tekkaman's latest scheme, well, you'll just have to wait until part 2 to see what will happen. 1. Remember the Doomsday Weapon from Star Trek? Chapter 18 Chapter 8, Part 2, Friend or Foe? Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. Do I really have to do this? I would think by now my readers would know that I don't own any of these characters. Thoughts. Chapter 8, Part 2, Friend or Foe? The mood on the Nirvana had been downcast for the past few days after their latest battle with the forces of the Radam. The crew had endured everything the harvesters could throw at them without losing any of their comrades. Now everything had changed. Two of their own were gone, and their absence was felt throughout the ship. There was little hope that Barren and Guero were still alive. The pirates and their male allies had to accept the fact that the two were most likely dead. Many had petitioned Magno to mount a rescue operation, but such an attempt was considered futile. They had no idea of where the Radam homeworld was. It was suspected that it was the former Earth, but they didn't know its coordinates either, and the Radam vastly outnumbered them. The Dread pilot and the doctor were considered missing and presumed dead. The Dread pilots had held a wait for their comrade Barren. Her battle skills and determination would be sorely missed. Juro was especially despondent at the loss of her closest friend. Mia and Ida were also saddened and hoped that Barren was in a better place and at peace. As for Guero, his expertise as a physician was most certainly missed, especially in the sick bay. Patients who had been under his care were now forced to rely on his apprentice, Piley. Nearly all of them hoped they would recover soon, instead of having to be treated by the inexperienced nurse. As for the young healer, she began to really wish she had paid more attention to her lessons. Her patients were expecting the same level of expert care that Guero had given, but she felt that she was nowhere near ready to handle such responsibility. She had never been exposed to such suffering and injuries in all of her life, and many times, she just wanted to shut herself in a closet and cry. However, she had developed a grudging respect for her Tarak mentor, and had steeled herself for the hard times that were certain to come in the near future. In the engineering section, Parfait had also been in a fight ever since that last battle. In her mind, she saw Guero being taken from her, despite her greatest achievements, the Tekka suits. She found it hard not to burst into tears every time she thought about it out the conference room. I've tried to put this off as long as I can, but it seems that we must now make some decisions and plans, Magno announced as she, PC, Slade, and Mia sat around the table. As much as I do not want to admit this, we must consider Guero and Barren as lost to us. They could be still alive. Mia persisted, though she and the others were of the mind that their missing comrades were most likely gone forever. Slade nodded in agreement. There is a chance. After all, those Radam bastards went through an awful lot of trouble to take Tekkadread and Barren. It could be that they want to interrogate them or something. I have considered that possibility, but to be perfectly honest, I cannot believe that they would be allowed to live, after the Radam had gotten whatever they wanted from them. The pirate captain let off a tired, saddened sigh. Sometimes being in charge was a heavy burden, especially when one was responsible for every life on board the ship. We must presume that the good doctor and Barren are gone and we must press on. So I have decided that we must make every effort to reach Tarak and Megele before our enemies do. She then turned to Slade. And as for you boys, there is still the question of your ability to continue fighting the enemy. What do you mean? I'm feeling fine. Are you certain? Lately, your battle performance has been less than effective. At times, you have been experiencing difficulties with your transformation to your evolved form. I'm just a little tired, that's all. I'm not as confident as you are, boys. We don't vary much about your evolved Tekkaman form. In fact, we still aren't very knowledgeable in the Tekkaman power process itself. With Tekkadread gone and Perfect working overtime to keep power defenses up, we can't study the process and find out more about it. If your problems begin to increase, they won't. Slade insisted. I can handle it. For the time being. I hope you can. Who knows what our enemies are planning next? Double quote the Earth. Tarak nodded as his newest weapons were presented to him. It had taken much resources, but the end result was more than worth the effort. Two figures stood before him in his throne room. One was a tall, slender man with long, black hair. One side of his face was covered by a tress of hair. His body was well sculpted like a well-trained gymnast's with a lean, but powerful musculature. His expression was cold and calculating as the one visible life seemed to emanate a kind of soulless void. His comrade was a beautiful, slender female with short, dark hair. Her figure was athletic and well curved in all the right places. However, she too seemed to show no emotion whatsoever and followed only her master's bidding. Both were dressed in simple, utilitarian clothes and remained at perfect attention as Tarak began giving them their orders. The Radam warlord gestured toward a vid screen and showed them the coordinates of their target. Razor. Gunner. Destroy the Nirvana. At any cost! Double quote. Tarak and Saber watched as the high-speed transport flew off into hyperspace. Do you think they will be able to destroy those females and Slade? Master? Saber asked. Whether they succeed or not, matters little to me. The Radam warlord answered simply. What? The Crimson Tekkaman became very confused at this point. We went through a considerable amount of trouble to get these two, not to mention expend much energy and resources to create these agents. Why do you not care if they succeed in their mission to destroy our enemies? Because, my dear Saber, my plans far outstrip your minor way of thinking. You are thinking far too small. Destroying the Nirvana and Slade is an important goal, but only one of many. Furthermore, obliterating them utterly is far too simple. I intend to savor every moment of anguish and agony from Slade and his comrades. This little exercise is to test out his resolve and see just how far he will go to protect his allies, even if it means destroying those who were once his friends. Those pirates and that renegade Tekkaman may be able to defeat Gunnar and Razor, despite their new talents. Perhaps, but think about it. If Razor and Gunnar succeed, then we win. If they fail and are destroyed, we still win a psychological victory and the morale of the Nirvana will be diminished. I would also like to gauge the effectiveness of our new weapon. One may not be enough, but it will hurt them, regardless. And we can always make more double quote a few days later. Slade and the three Nirvana Tekkaman were scouting ahead of the Nirvana, along with several Dreads and Vanguards. Though the pain of loss of their comrades was still fresh in everyone's hearts, they all pressed on. Guero and Barnett would have wanted them to carry on with their lives. Jura sighed as she piloted her mini-dread alongside Dinah and Mia's. She thought back to the weight that the crew had thrown for the good doctor and her childhood friend. It had been a somber affair, though everyone tried to make light of the event, recalling all the good and humorous times they had with the gun-loving pilot and the Tarak doctor. The blonde was close to shedding tears and ruining her mascara, when her mini-dread sensor alarms went off. The scouting group stopped as they began to pick up the telltale energy emissions of something that was emerging from hyperspace. Everyone was put on tactical alert as Mia contacted the Nirvana. As the pirate vessel came close to where Slade and the others were positioned, a small object emerged into reality. At that point, Gascogny decided to head out in her supply ship to lend a hand, but the others needed backup. The guns of the Nirvana immediately trained on the vessel, as did the pirates and Slade. When they saw the modified siege ship, they were all set to blast into oblivion. It would be a minor victory, but it would be at least something to lessen the pain of losing their friends. This Radam drone was space dust. It was then that the siege ship opened up and released a dread. Jura immediately let off a whoop of joy as she recognized the markings on the fighter and received Barnett's recognition code on her communication systems. Her heart skipped a beat as she and everyone else heard the familiar voices. Barnett to Nirvana. Barnett to Nirvana. Request permission to come aboard. The doctor is in. At this point, the crew became extremely excited at the return of two people whom they had assumed were lost to them. They are immediately back. So's the doc. They're alive. Welcome back. Hooray! Slade and the three female Tekkaman sped ahead of the rest of the scouting group and headed toward the Dread, eager to be the first to greet their comrades. That was when all hell broke loose inside the cockpit, where McFile sat behind Barnett and held up a blue-black crystal that was shaped like a 5-pointed star. His expression became colder as he uttered a single word. Tekkadread. Then Barnet began firing on her friend's lapa. Jura barely managed to swerve her mini-dread out of the way as Barnet's fighter began attacking the Dread and Vanguard squadrons. To her horror, she saw her best friend pick off the others with methodical precision and absolute ruthlessness. What had gotten into her? Then a flare of light blasted forth from the cockpit as a figure shot into space like a comet. She gasped as she recognized the person, as did the other members of the Nirvana crew. Guero was immediately stripped of his clothes as the Tekkaman power process took effect. Lines of red appeared all over his body as he was infused with power. Sections of impenetrable armor appeared and merged with his flesh. His form became a living weapon as he was transformed. Then, with a final burst of light, the change was complete. The blue-black armored figure looked like he was composed of hundreds of blades. Every part of him looked as if it could slice through virtually anything. He emitted a kind of lethality that sent shivers down everyone's spine, the kind in which one would feel when facing the executioner's axe or the guillotine. He had pointe epaulets and sharp-toothed boots and gauntlets. His helmet was angled and the visor displayed only one glowing eye. Slade was the first to reach the transformed doctor and he came to a stop some 50 yards from him. He couldn't believe what had happened and knew that things were about to get ugly. Still, he had to try and reach Guero's humanity, before it was too late. Doc? However, the new Tekkaman was not listening as he shook his head and replied, "I am Razor." He then burst forward in a nimbus of light. Though Slade was able to dodge the charge, the white Tekkaman still screamed out in pain as something white-hot cut into his abdominal armor. Looking down, he was shocked to see a huge gash appear. No! He cut me. He didn't even touch me. But he still sliced into my armor. Then Razor turned about to attack again. Barnet. What are you doing? Stop it. We're your friends. Don't you recognize us? Jura, Dinah and Mia's pleas fell on deaf ears as Barnet shook her head and pressed a button on her mutated console. I recognize you as my targets. Feel the power of Dread Gunner. Her fighter then underwent its own metamorphosis. Its smooth, metal surfaces became rougher and more organic looking. The front of her dread became like the mandibles of a spider crab and the wings took on a more insect-like appearance. Her craft became even more maneuverable and released a mind-boggling barrage of firepower, which made even the most heavily armed dread seem like nothing. Pirate fighters and vanguards were taken out at an alarming rate and the three dread Tekkaman knew that they would have to use force to take their former comrades down. However, Barnet was already aware of all of their strengths and weaknesses, as well as the Dread and Vanguard tactics. Using this knowledge, she continued to decimate the squadrons, while at the same time, evading the many Dreads and the Nirvana's guns. Then, she turned her attention toward a key component to the defense forces, namely Gascogne's supply ship. Destroy the supply line and you can cripple your opponent. Vascogni worked frantically at the controls as she tried her best to defend herself from Barnet's assault. The supply craft was not suited for combat and it had minimal weaponry available. She had the defensive barrier at full as she made a beeline back toward the Nirvana. However, Dread Gunner relentlessly attacked, causing the supply craft's shields to be pushed to their limits. Then, just as Vascogni was within range of the Nirvana's protective defensive screens, her own barrier gave out, leaving her totally exposed to the merciless Radam pilot. Dread Gunner fired a barrage of plasma missiles that looked like organic blobs. When they impacted against the hull of Vasco's ship, they melted through the reinforced metal skin before exploding. The ship was rocked by the hits and was sent tumbling uncontrollably. All those present could only watch in horror as Dread Gunner prepared to finish her off. With no hesitation, she let loose with one final, lethal barrage. On the bridge of the crippled vessel, a battered and bloodied Vascogni could only look on helplessly at her main view screen as the plasma missiles streaked toward her. Then she saw 3 bolts of colored light appear between her ship and her executioners. Tekkadread, Tekkaman Diamond, Ruby and Sapphire managed to transform and get in front of the missiles, just as they detonated. Their armor shuddered as they took the brunt of the massive blasts, but some of that destructive energy got through and struck the supply ship. Vascogni screamed out as the control panel exploded in front of her. Fragments of glass, metal and other debris went flying about in the bridge like shrapnel. Her broken body was thrown backward and hit the floor with a sickening thud. Then her form became limp as her consciousness plunged into darkness and blood began to pool on the floor. MS.GASEO. Ida cried out as she and the others watched the supply craft become a lifeless mass of space debris. She tried desperately to raise her on the tactical net, but there was no response. She began to fear for the worst. With her enemies in a state of shock, Barnett took this opportunity to flee the scene and rendezvous with her partner, who was currently slicing up his opponent. It was time to fulfill their main objective. Doc. Come on. Snap out of it. Slade cried out as he grappled with Razor. It had not been easy as any physical contact with the new Tekkaman would cut into him. It was like trying to grasp a knife collection by the blades. He had already received several cuts and gashes as he and his foe continued to battle it out. Puero's transformation to Cosmic Warrior had enhanced his strongest qualities, namely his surgical techniques and knowledge of the human form, making him a more effective killing machine. Every slash, every chop, every attack was aimed to be lethal and precise, delivering the greatest amount of damage with the least amount of effort. And the fact that he had trained previously with Slade in hand-to-hand combat didn't help matters. Slade knew that he couldn't hold back and had to fight with full strength against his former friend. He had never killed before, but now, there may not be any other option. If Puero was truly lost and could not be reasoned with, then he would have to be destroyed. The white Tekkaman was about to counterattack, but was taken by surprise as trio of energy beams struck him in the back. Razor took advantage of this and kicked hard at Slade's chest, making another gash to appear. Then he flew away ? What are they doing? PC asked as she and the rest of the bridge crew watched the main viewer on the Nirvana. It seemed that the two Radam fighters were flying in a synchronized formation. Magno felt a cold shiver run down her ancient spine as she began to suspect that things were about to be at their worst. No. This looks familiar. They couldn't be. But they were. A compartment behind Barnett's cockpit opened up, allowing Razor to enter the mutated dread. Its overall form began to shift and contort as it assumed a new configuration. The fighter took on a more humanoid appearance. His arms and legs appeared. Weapons and new armor formed over the body, making it look even more menacing. Finally, when the transformation was completed, the pirates could only stare in disbelief as they now were facing off against a 10-story monstrosity. Tekkadread carnage was born. The Radam horror paused only for the briefest of moments, before heading straight for its prey. The Nirvana ..shields at maximum. Braced for impact. Magna barked as Tekkadread carnage came right at them. The vessel shuddered as the Radam's newest weapon hit the shields head-on and began pushing the energy barrier to its limits. Using its massive claws and blade implements, Tekkadread carnage started slashing away. Within seconds, the multi-layered shields gave out one by one. The entire ship shuddered as the Tekkadread continued to mercilessly assault the pirates. Bart screamed as the cybernetic link-up caused him to feel the impacts and damage the Nirvana suffered, as Tekkadread carnage relentlessly tore into its defenses. He desperately tried to fight back, but the interface caused him so much pain that he couldn't bring the ship's guns to bear. Then the Nirvana's final barriers collapsed, leaving the ship completely vulnerable. Tekkadread carnage started to rip into the hull, near the engineering sections. It intended to tear out the heart of the vessel, the Pixies. At this point, Bart was in such pain that he could no longer maintain the link and was rendered unconscious, leaving the Nirvana completely helpless. Hull breached near the engineering levels. Bulkheads will collapse in minutes. Casualty reports coming in. Massive decompression in several sections. They're being closed off, but structural integrity down by 20%. Magna was in a state of shock as the ship was being picked apart. She knew that if the Pixies was destroyed, all would be lost. The remaining Dread and Vanguards tried to force the Tekkadread away, but the Radam monster continued to rip into the Nirvana. Even Slade and the other Tekkaman were unable to stop its merciless assault, and she began to consider giving the command to abandon ship. In the engineering section, Parfait ordered her staff to remain at their stations as she worked desperately to maintain the structural fields to protect the power source of the Nirvana. She noted that the Pixies was flashing wildly in response to the attack and energy levels were fluctuating wildly. She began to wonder if the crystal was more than just an energy generator, and remembered back to when she had told Poirot that the pixies was acting like a living thing. Then, as the Tekkadread was about to rend its way into the inner, more vital sections of the ship, the pixies let loose with a massive energy field, and to the engineer, it sounded as if it were crying out in anguish and pain. "I'm sorry, Doc. You too, Barnett. But I've got to stop you." Slade saw that he had no choice as he rode Pegasus back toward the Nirvana. The Tekkapod began shifting into its dual battle mode. As the shoulder plates opened up and he began focusing his energy, the many dreads came alongside Pegasus and attached themselves. Dinah, Mia and Jura took their positions and also began charging their Volticers. Slade didn't want to risk using his Mega Volticer and destroying the Nirvana. He hoped that their combined blasts would be enough to stop Tekkadread carnage. Quantum energies were primed and ready to fire as the quartet prepared to execute two of their closest friends. However, as their Volticer's energy levels peaked, another player in this drama decided to take action. The pixies within the Nirvana could stand no more of the attack and flared like never before. In an instant, Tekkadread carnage stopped in its assault on the Nirvana and became motionless. A moment later, a blast of energy shot forth from the heart of the pirate vessel and caused the monstrous machine to shudder. To the amazement of everyone present, in a flash of light, the Radam weapon separated into its two components. Both Dread and Tekkaman went tumbling away into space. Slade and the other Tekkaman took this opportunity to take down Barnett and Duello. Fortunately for them, the two agents of Tekkaman had been rendered unconsciousness and did not offer any resistance as they approached their immobile forms. It was finally over. Or so it seemed. Later. Careful. Parfait warned as her engineering crew began opening up the hatch to Barnett's transformed Dread. Though her instruments were not picking up any conscious activity from the pilot, she wasn't taking any chances. A couple of guards had their blasters aimed at the cockpit. When the hatch was opened, everyone held their breath and waited. One of Parfait's staff members looked inside and saw Barnett. The brunette looked the same as she did when she had been captured by the Radam. The only difference was that she was wearing a plain, black bodysuit, instead of her usual garb. She was sitting in the pilot's seat and did not seem threatening. The engineer thought it was safe and reached for the safety harness to free the pilot of the fighter. Then suddenly, Barnett's eyes snapped open and she shot out a hand to clamp down on the girl's throat. Inhuman strength began to flow into her arm, threatening to crush her victim's throat as if she was crumpling a wad of paper. Wham! Slade was sent flying as Tuero knocked him across the length of the hallway. The white Tekkaman and his comrades had just brought in the unconscious Razor into a separate airlock. The transformed doctor had automatically transformed back into his human form, and it seemed that it would be no problem to bring him to the sick bay. Then they found out that McFile had been playing possum and was not wreaking havoc inside the already damaged vessel. Slade gritted his teeth as he got back to his feet and ran toward the doctor. Currently, It was taking the combined efforts of Jura, Mia and Ida to hold him down. Dwero thrashed wildly and was about to break free, when Slade charged in and powered up his right fist. Cocking it back, he paused slightly and said, "Sorry about this, Doc." He then saw a flashlight near the physician's hand, and in that instant, let his fist fly. Tekkadread. WHABOOM. Dwero was knocked out cold as his Tekke crystal fell out of hand and clattered to the floor. At the same time, Barnet's head jerked back at the force of the impact and she toppled to the floor. Her grip on the engineer's neck loosened and the girl gasped as she fell free and scrambled away. The guards directed their weapons at the inert body of their former comrade. They were about to open fire, when Parfait called out to them, "Please, don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The guards held their fire, but kept the muzzle of their rifles leveled at the body of Barnet and Wade. However, at this point in time, it was no longer necessary. With her Radam partner out of action, the empathic bond caused her body to also become insensate. Now, it was over. Much later. What did those bastards do to them? Magno said as she looked at the bioscanner readouts of both Dwero and Barnet as they laid on the examination tables in the sick bay. Both were heavily strapped down to prevent them from getting up, should they regain consciousness. They were also pumped with strong sedatives to keep them harmless. Nearby, in a full stasis pod, was the injured Gascon. The retrieval crews had gotten to her in the nick of time. The wounds she had suffered during the attack had been near fatal, and Piley had barely managed to get the head supplier into the life support capsule. Her injuries were far too grave to attempt any kind of surgery. Piley hoped that the hibernation would keep her friend in stable condition for her body to heal enough so that she could be treated later on. At this point, she really began to wish she had listened to Dwero's lessons more attentively, as she was now being presented with a new problem. It looks like Dwero's been put through the Tekkaman power process, Slade commented as he looked over the readouts, which similar to what his own would be. He then glanced at Barnet's readings. "I wonder why the Radam didn't do the same to Barnet. I can see that she got some enhancements, but she can't transform like the Doc. Her dread was altered though." PC pointed out. It could be that the Radam were experimenting on making their own Tekkadreads. Considering what just happened, I'd say that they succeeded. "Hey, what's that?" Jura asked as she pointed to the bioscanner monitor. It was an area near the base of the neck of her former friend. Everyone gathered closely to look at the strange organism that seemed to have its body clamped onto her spine. The scanners also displayed a similar creature in Duro's body. Piley gasped as she looked at the readouts. "It's some kind of parasites." That's so gross. Parasite? Magna wondered, then inquired, "Could those things be responsible? Is that what made the doctor and Barnet attack the Nirvana?" "I think so," the young nurse in training said tentatively as she read the scanner results. It looks like they're transmitting some kind of electrochemical stimulants into their brains, specifically their higher thinking processes. Those things are pretty secured in their medulla oblongata, which makes it really hard to get rid of. Magno nodded, though she did not understand the subtle complexities, but comprehended the overall situation. Then, she made a hard decision. Piley, can you remove those things? What question mark exclamation point question mark exclamation point question mark exclamation point double quote the conference room. Captain, you can't expect me to do this, do you? Piley sobbed as she had been told that unless the parasitic implants were removed from both Puero and Barnet, the two would definitely attack the Nirvana's crew again, once they regained consciousness. Barnet had already put several of her former comrades into intensive care, after she had been forced out of her transformed dread. Despite her lack of Tekkaman armor, she had been granted enhanced strength, reflexes and endurance from Darkon's tampering with her body's cells. As for Puero, he had given Slade, Dinah, Mia and Jura a run of their money, and nearly decimated to Dread squadrons. The warrior squadron had taken the brunt of his attacks and was currently out of action. Nobody on the Nirvana wanted to even consider what would happen if the two were allowed to combine into Tekkadread carnage again. With friends like these, who needed enemies? However, the only method to solve their problems had been compounded with several obstacles. The first being that Piley was not at all eager to perform such advanced surgery. She had been given the knowledge from Puero, but she had no experience prior to his capture and brainwashing. She was uncomfortable enough with minor incisions and setting broken bones. The Radam parasites that kept Puero and Barnet loyal to Darkon were firmly latched onto their brain stems, near the medulla oblongata, and the young girl definitely did not want to mess with their vital autonomic systems. Furthermore, if what the cerebral wave scanner was telling her was correct, the two were sharing a kind of empathic bond. This allowed them to function as one, and react to each other's synaptic responses. In other words, whatever pains one would feel, the other would share. If she were to operate on one and make a mistake, the other would most likely perish as well. On twin operating tables and under heavy sedation, the Tarak physician and the Dread pilot lay in deep comatose states. They were of no danger to the Nirvana at the moment, but everyone in the sick bay knew that they couldn't keep them under forever. Already, Puero's enhanced metabolism was working to neutralize the chemicals, which kept him from regaining consciousness. Luckily, thanks to his bond with Barnet, they only had to keep him from coming around. As long as he was out, Barnet would also remain under control. However, time was limited and Piley had to take action, as she was the only one with the knowledge and skills to perform the delicate removal of the implants. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. At that point, Magna put a concerned hand on Piley's shoulder and patted it. She then took the sobbing girl into her arms and gave her a reassuring hug. As Piley continued to weep, She spoke to her quietly. "Piley, I know you're scared. We all are. But you're the only one who can save Barnet and Puero." I sobbed. "Can't. I just—" "Yes, you can," Magno said firmly. "I believe in you, and so did Puero." This statement caused the little girl's head to perk up. He did. She then began remembering back to all the times that Puero had chastised her for inappropriate behavior, and how harsh she became whenever he drilled her on medical protocol and techniques. Very rarely did he ever praise her whenever she did something correctly, but he was always ready to point out her mistakes. It was hard for the 12-year-old to believe that Puero ever considered her as medic material. Magno gave her a knowing smile. "Yes, I know that Puero can be harsh and cold at times. However, he has a good heart and he wouldn't have spent so much time training you if he didn't believe that you had the potential." Piley sniffled a bit. "He never showed it and he didn't say much whenever I did things right. Yes, well, showing emotions is difficult for him, and at times, he can be quite blunt with his opinions. He can be a cruel taskmaster and annoying perfectionist as well. I've heard of how ruthlessly he drilled the Dread and Vandread teams in emergency first aid. But always keep in mind that he only wants things to be done correctly so that others will not suffer. If there's one thing that Puero can be counted on, is that he is dedicated to his position as our doctor, and he wants everyone, especially you, to achieve her full potential." "Me? Of course. Why else had he been the hardest on you? You may have not realized it at the time, but Puero made certain that you got all the help that he could give to you. He wanted you to succeed, and if that meant he had to constantly run you through the gauntlet, then so be it. He knew about the unpleasant parts of his station and he wanted you to understand them as well. You can't ignore them or try to hide from them. You have to face up to them, because they are part of Puero's and your duty. If you don't face up to them, then who will save our friends and loved ones? But I know that you are scared and it's natural. However, let me tell you this. There's another reason why Puero had been training you so harshly. He told me about it before he had been captured. It's because he knew in his heart that he might not be with us forever. When we finally reach Megele, there is a chance that he will be forced to leave the Nirvana. He wanted to make certain that his successor would be able to take over his station once he is gone. He had chosen you, as you had the most promise. He did. Yes. He's helped us all, especially you during this voyage. Now, will you help him?" Piley could only stand in silence as a grave decision remained in front of her. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow. It's been a while, but I finally gotta move on to finish this story and my other fics as well. In the next chapter, Slade and the others must wait and wonder as Piley must operate in order to save Barnet and Puero. More deeper conflicts and emotions will run as the Nirvana nears its ultimate destination. See you there. Chapter 19 Chapter 8, Part 3, Final exam Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. Ranma, Vandread and Tekkaman Blade all belong to their respective owners, so why bother me about it? Thoughts Chapter 8 Part 3 Final exam. The Radam homeworld, formerly the Harvester's planet and once the Earth. Tekkadread carnage has failed. Saber said and discussed as he and Tarak were informed of the results of their latest experiment. All of those resources and the trouble it took to capture those two. What a waste. Tarak chuckled as he said, a waste? I wouldn't say that. I'd say that the experiment was quite a success. Success? The Crimson Tekkaman said incredulously. Razor and Gunner had failed in their attack against Slade and the Nirvana. The destruction of our enemies, though it is one of our ultimate goals, was not the point of sending them against their former comrades. The results of this battle has provided us with some important information, especially about the Radam power source which drives their vessel. Now, we can use what we have learned to create a more perfect weapon to use against them. We already have the capability to create more Tekkadreads. The Nirvana was nearly destroyed by carnage. Now, think of the possibilities of more than one Tekkadread. The Nirvana. Piley gulped as she knew that she couldn't put it off any longer. Taking a deep breath, she donned clothing which had the insignia of the Tarak Medical Corps. It was a feminine version of Poirot's bodysuit and trenchcoat, which she had the supply station made for her. She had decided to honor her mentor by wearing his uniform. After all, she was about to perform a complex and potentially dangerous operation on the same person who had taught her the surgical techniques needed to free him from Tarak's control. However, if she failed, both he and Barnett would remain as slaves to the Radam or worse, die from the attempt. Surprisingly, when she had asked for a volunteer to aid her in the surgery, nearly all of the members of the supply, Dread, Vanguard and bridge personnel stepped forward. Despite the fact that Barnett and Poirot had nearly destroyed everyone aboard the ship, all wanted to help in bringing back their friends. In the end, Piley accepted Thuzum as her surgical aide. She was somewhat surprised when the first officer had informed her that she was familiar with Tarak's surgical procedures, but assumed that as a former elite spy of Megele, her expertise would be vital. However, a small part of her wondered if BC was hiding something. Piley was not looking forward to this, but there was no other way. The Radam parasites were too firmly entrenched in her patient's brain stems, and even Megele medical technology was not up to the task of removing them. They would have to be removed physically, and that would require precise sectioning and excision, while keeping the patient's vital signs stable. The most Piley had ever removed was a ward off a crew member's posterior, and even now that patient had trouble sitting down. The young girl took another deep breath and entered the operating room. She nodded to Thuzum as she stood between two tables. Strapped face down and under heavy sedation were Barnett and Poirot. Right beside the tables were twin trays of carefully arranged surgical instruments, sterilized and ready for use. Pulse monitors and other life support devices monitored the biosystems of both patients as Piley said the quiet Megele prayer and the operation commenced. Piley had decided to start on Barnet's parasite as hers wasn't as entangled in her central nervous system as Tuero's. She also needed to observe how her empathic bond would affect the newly created Tekkaman, as the cerebral scanners had revealed that the two were psychically linked. She gave BC a nod and said, beginning initial incision. I need a number 2 laser scalpel. Outside of the sick bay, Slade and the others waited in silence as they all gazed at the red light above the operating room's door. It was like some angry red eye that glared down at them and warned them that no interruptions would be tolerated. Though everyone wanted to help, the only thing they could do was wait and pray. Piley fought the urge to throw up as she peeled away the muscle and connective tissue. She couldn't believe that she was actually cutting into a friend in order to save her. She kept focused as she gently probed around for her target. Blood and precious fluids were continually pumped and cycled through Barnet's body to keep her vital signs at a controlled level. So far, there had been no reaction and she hoped it would stay that way. Finally, after what seemed to be an eternity, she came across what she was looking for. The enlarged lump was most definitely not a normal feature of human anatomy. It pulsed and throbbed like a grotesque miniature heart, and she could tell that it was leeching off Barnet's systems to survive. The monitors displayed the parasite's underside firmly entangled with the various nerves of the spinal cord and medulla oblongata. She had to be extremely careful as she asked for a probe in order to determine the nature of the attachments. Kuzo nodded as she handed Piley a number 6 microprobe. So far, Tuero's apprentice was doing everything right. On the bridge, Magna began to think that this was the longest day in their journey back to Megele and Tarak. 2 lives hung in the balance and it all depended on an untried medical apprentice. However, she kept up her hopes that everything would turn out fine. Piley stopped suddenly as the pulse monitor's readouts began to accelerate. The parasite was not going to be easily evicted from its home in Barnet's body. It was fighting back at her ministrations. She also noticed that Tuero's life signs were also becoming elevated. However, she knew that she couldn't halt the operation at this point and made the choice to press on. Their life signs were still in the acceptable ranges, so Piley asked for a number 4 laser scalpel and started to cut away at the parasite's attachments. I can't stand it, Jura complained as she paced the floor of the waiting room. How much longer can we stay and do nothing? As long as it takes, Jura, Slade replied. Sit down. Slade's right. Mia agreed. It's not like we can do anything. It's all up to Piley and the commander. Don't worry, Jura. Everything will work out, Dinah said with optimism. Jura continued to pace as she did not share her comrade's happy outlook. Finally, Piley let off a sigh of relief as Barnet was freed from the parasite's hold. She had literally cut the organism to bits before it was at last removed. The thing had threatened to upset the patient's vital autonomic functions, but she had managed to bypass its attempts and got it out. The little monster lay on the dissection tray in several sections and was being preserved in fluids for a later study. After making certain that Barnett's vital signs were still in controllable ranges, she looked toward her other patient. Now came the hard part. Much later, Piley gritted her teeth as she asked for her assistant to hand her a number 9 laser scalpel. The operation had been going on for several hours, but she was nearing her goal. As she carefully sectioned off the last of the parasite's entanglement with Poirot's brainstem, her brow beaded with a constant sheen of sweat. Her assistant constantly sponged her brow. This was the most critical part of the operation. Though Barnett's parasite had already been removed, she still maintained her empathic bond with Poirot. If Piley were to cut even a millimeter off her intended target, then both her patients would immediately go into fatal cerebral seizures. Already, their life signs were dangerously low, and she had to complete the procedure and stabilize their conditions before it was too late. "I'm almost there," Piley thought as she started cutting away the parasite and sealing off nerve clusters. The Radam implant was proving to be more stubborn than Barnett's, and began increasing pressure on the doctor's vital autonomic center. His body started to twitch and spasm. The restraints on the table automatically tightened to hold him down, but when the pulse meter began to give off warning sounds, the young medical trainee started to panic. Barnett and Poirot's heart rates were beating erratically and breathing was shallow. "No, I've got to do this." Piley steeled herself as she continued to extract the second parasite. In less than a minute, the pulse meter was emitting critical signals as both patients showed signs of anaphylactic shock. With only seconds left, Piley shunted off the last crucial artery. The Radam organism was pulled free and tossed onto the dissection tray. It squirmed a bit, then tried to scamper back to Poirot's neck to reattach itself, but the young girl was not going to give it a chance. "Oh no, you don't." Using one of Poirot's implements from his Tarak medical bag, she swiped at it and impaled the thing on the tip of the blade. She then stabbed down onto the tray, skewering the parasite through its main body. The organism let off a pitiful whine and struggled futilely for a few seconds before finally going limp. As she left the scalpel sticking in the tray, she immediately turned back to Poirot and Barnett. Her eyes widened as the pulse meter readings skyrocketed. Her own heart rate accelerated as she and her aide watched the readings redline. The life support devices began injecting large amounts of stimulants into them to try and stabilize their conditions. "Please, Poirot. Barnett. I've done all I can. I believe in my patient's will to live." Piley thought as she remembered what Poirot had told her to do in situations like this. Finally, after what seemed to be an eternity, their life signs dropped down and leveled off into the lower normal ranges. Their ordeal and Piley's was over. There was a feeling of relief and joy as the news of the operation's success spread through the ship. On the bridge, Magno smiled as she mentally thanked the goddesses of Megele. After several more hours, Pila's patients were now resting peacefully and she decided to check on them. As she entered the recovery room, she found that Barnett was slumbering quietly, but Guero had already regained consciousness. The Tarak physician smiled at his visitor and weakly nodded to her. "Hello, Pili." For the first time since her apprenticeship, the young healer was seeing a more tender side to her instructor. The smile put her at ease as she approached him. "Hello, doctor. Is everything all right? I am feeling a touch of soreness at the base of my neck and a slight headache, but all things considered, I believe that I will recover." That's good. I can have some more painkillers put in." "That's quite all right. The minor discomfort I am feeling now is manageable, and considering all that you've done, it is a small price to pay. The commander had informed me that you had to perform a dual cerebral bypass and arterial shunts. I'm impressed." Yeah. I'm afraid that you will have a bit of a scar on the back of your neck. Barnett won't have one, but your implant was harder to remove and that's quite all right. We men of Tarak are used to such things. Consider this scar as your diploma in class of surgery. Congratulations, Pili." The young healer blushed furiously at the praise. Then she thought back to all the work she had done. None of that would have been possible if Guero hadn't constantly pushed her. Now she could truly call herself as a medical officer. And it was all thanks to her patient and mentor. There's something I wanted to tell you," Pili said as she stood at Guero's beside. "Oh, and what is it?" the physician asked as Barnett slept peacefully nearby. "About all the things you said to me before you got captured. And how I complained about the training, how hard you were to please, and stuff like that. Go on." "Well, I just want to say that after all the stuff that you put me through." "Yes?" Pili twiddled her fingers for a long while, then got up her nerve. She leaned forward and kissed Guero on the right cheek. This, of course, surprised the recovering healer, as he touched the spot where she had pressed her lips against, with his hand. Pili was blushing furiously as she turned and headed out of the recovery room. Before she exited, she called to him without looking back. "Thank you." After Pili had left the recovery room, the Tarak physician reached behind his neck and gently caressed the spot where Pili had performed the operation. It hadn't been a bad job of excision and suture work, considering her young age and limited experience. The suture was slightly off-center and rough around the edges, but overall, she had done him proud. She would make a fine replacement when he would finally leave the Nirvana. With that in mind, he looked over to the bed beside him. This was actually the second time he had seen Barnett in her sleep, and he wondered just what she was dreaming of. She looked very peaceful, and he couldn't help but admire her facial features and how appealing she looked. He kept on wondering why he had such unusual feelings toward her, and another female aboard this vessel. Was this what Slade had been referring to previously? Those ancient, primal urges that a man would act toward a woman? And why did he feel that he was closer to Barnet than ever before? For some reason, he now knew of many of her likes and dislikes, including her favorite foods, colors, how to field strip an ancient M16 rifle in 5 seconds flat, where did that come from, and other pieces of information. For the life of him, he couldn't remember when, if ever, she had told him of these things. As he pondered, he almost didn't hear the recovery room's door open. He looked up to greet his newest visitor and was a bit surprised to see Perfect. The head engineer smiled nervously as she waved at him. "Hi. I must say that this is a day to remember," Magno said as she and several of the crew members were in the conference room. She turned to Piley and BC. "You two did a fine job. So what is the current status of the good doctor and Barnet?" "For the moment, both are in stable conditions," Piley said as she read a medical report. "The parasites are no longer causing any strains on their bodies and I expect them to make a full recovery." BC nodded as she took over the report. "We did find a few things that were odd though. Those parasites were in sync with each other when we used the cerebral scanner on them. Their brainwave patterns matched to that of Barnet and Puero's. We can only speculate that was the reason why they thought so well together when they attacked us. I might even go as far to say that they shared some kind of empathic link with each other. With such a strong psychic bond, there might be some after effects, even with the parasites removed. We intend to keep them under observation for the time being." "And the doctor's new status as a Tekkaman?" the aged captain asked. "Hard to say at this point," Slade answered. "He's certainly got the power of a full-fledged Tekkaman, and I may have to train him like I'm doing with Ida and the others. The same may go the same for Barnet, since there were reports of her having enhanced strength and reflexes. But there's a lot more questions to ask. I mean, why did the Radam go through all the trouble of kidnapping the Doc and Barnet, and turn them into a Tekkadread team? My guess is that they were just an experiment, a trial to test their new weapon. They came very close to destroying us," BC suggested. "Now if they have the capability to create one Tekkadread, then what's to stop them from making more? One was almost enough to do the job," Mia said with a slight shudder. Perfect said that the damage to the ship were almost critical and we'll be running on reserves for a week. I'm not sure I want to think about the possibility of more of those monsters, no offense to Barnet or the doctor. We also have another thing to worry about. Don't want out. With Vascogni out of commission indefinitely, who do we have to replace her at the register? The sick day. I'm sorry, Puero, Perfect said as she bowed her head in shame. Sorry? What's there to be sorry about? The physician asked in puzzlement. It was all my fault, the head engineer said as she held in her tears. If my Tekka suit designs had been better planned, then you wouldn't have been captured and... Duro waved his hand nonchalantly. Perfect, don't worry about it. Your Tekka suits were fine and you did whatever you thought to be necessary to make them as best as you could. No one could have predicted what the Radam had planned. And if it makes you feel any better, it took a lot of effort on the Radam's part to get me out of my suit. And I'm certain that you've made a lot of improvements since I've been gone. Well, yes I did, she admitted. Oh, I guess you won't be needing one anymore, now that you're a Tekkaman. Well, I suppose. Dwero then held up a hand and focused a bit on the open palm. Instantly, in a flash of blue-white light, his Tekka crystal appeared. Unlike Slade's, his crystal was shaped like a segmented square with 4 points. On two sides were a pair of points at a 90-degree angle to each other. He gazed upon it for a moment, then made it disappear. Unlike Jura, Mia and Dinah, he had some prior training with the Radam before being sent with Barnett to attack the Nirvana. He made his crystal disappear and nodded to the head engineer. In any case, I'm not going to be reassuming my position as the head physician for a while. Pilot will have to continue on in my place. Right now, I'm far too dangerous to be near a patient. What do you mean? Right now, I can't even hold an instrument properly. He validated his point by reaching for a metal cup on a table next to his bed and casually picked it up. Without any effort, he crushed the cup to the size of a pea, before letting it drop back down to the table. See? I don't trust myself to be near an injured person. I'm too powerful right now and I can't control my strength. I'll just end up destroying all the delicate equipment in the sick bay. Whoa. I see what you mean. Pilot's not going to be happy to hear this. She'll get over it. I trust that she will be able to handle it. I'll still be there tonight if she needs it. Until I learn how to control my new powers, she'll have to keep on looking after the patients. Parfait smiled as she felt a warm feeling from deep within. Still, it's great to have you back, Dwero. I missed you. I mean, we all did. She then gave a discreet, though slightly envious glance to the still slumbering Barnett, whom she still considered as a rival for the doctor's affections. Things weren't the same since you and Barnett were captured. What happened to you? It was quite an experience, and one that I don't care to ever repeat. Now, I truly understand how Slade must have felt when he was forced to become a Tekkaman. I even met the Radam commander. His name was Darkon. Darkon? A new voice said as 2 new visitors came into the sick bay. Both Parfait and Dwero looked over to the entrance and saw Magno and BC. I do hope you will forgive our intrusion, the aged woman said as she and her first officer walked over to the doctor's bedside. I know that you and Barnett need time to recover from your ordeals, but Dwero shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right, Captain. I understand that you need to know about this enemy. It's difficult to describe Darkon. He was evil incarnate. He exuded a kind of malevolence that defied all belief. He freely and proudly admitted that he and the Radam were the ones who massacred the harvesters and took over the earth. Really? This bit of news did not ease her in the slightest. The harvesters had been tough opponents, but facing against a foe that had obliterated them without remorse was unsettling. Yes, we are up against an enemy who is absolutely merciless and will use any and all means to destroy those who oppose them. Barren and I were just mere tools to him. When we were transformed, we learned about the history of the Radam. They were a very old and vicious alien race that had spread death and destruction throughout the cosmos, long before the human race was born. Their only goal is brutal conquest, and countless civilizations have fallen over the eons. Their method of subjugating worlds is to turn sentient beings into Tekkaman, utilizing organic devices called Tekkapods. That's what happened to me. The Radam then control these warriors to take over their planets, using their spider crab minions to overrun the populations and destroy all resistance. When they came to our galaxy, they had Earth in their plans of conquest, but due to some mysterious event, they went into hiding. A mysterious event? PC inquired. I am not at all certain of the details, but the Radam encountered something that even they could not overcome. I believe it was that same force which caused our people to flee the Earth and founded our homeworlds of Tarak and Megele. The Radam had been waiting all this time to reappear and resume their mission of total dominance over all worlds. Meanwhile, in another part of the sick bay, a lone figure approached a large capsule which had a special patient slumbering within it. Slade tried to keep a good mood, though like everyone else aboard, was concerned with Vascogni's condition and hoped that she would be fully recovered by the time the journey ended. He reverently placed a hand on the top of the capsule and gazed through the front window at her peaceful expression. Of all the women on the Nirvana, aside from Magno, none had been able to challenge the former Sodom in a battle wills, like the head of the register. She was the only one who could match wits with him and win at times. And she was the only person which he tolerated being called D-boy. His thoughts went back to all those times in the register and when they played cards. Oh sure, his skills at poker were nowhere near hers, but still, she was good company and her presence was going to be sorely missed. Like Magno, Slade had also begun thinking of who would replace her for the remainder of the voyage. He thought that Yukio may be the logical choice and wondered how it would be like serving under her. It would be ironic to take orders from someone who followed him in the warrior squadron. Then again, she had become more amicable as time went on, and Slade couldn't help but feel nervous around her and Jusenkyo. Well, at least the worst was over for the moment and nothing could surprise him at that point. The sick bay. Oh yes, Captain. There was one more thing I learned during my time under Tekkaman's control. Duro added. Concerning Slade. Oh? And what was that? Magno asked. When I learned about the history of the Radam, I also discovered that they had encountered the Earth, long before our current conflict with them. Well, it would be more accurate to say that a small branch of their collective had encountered the Earth. What do you mean? Parfait inquired. The Radam periodically send out small probing forces to seek out potential worlds to conquer, and according to their records, a Tekkapod had made it to Earth some 5.5 centuries ago. What? You mean they actually landed on Earth 550 years ago? The first officer was shocked to hear that their enemies had invaded the human race half a millennia ago. But, if that was the case, then why had they not conquered the human race then? Surely at that period, the technology wouldn't have been able to stand up against them. Well, according to the archives I scanned, the pod had transmitted that it had captured a victim, but then the Radam lost contact with that Tekkapod. That was when they themselves went into hiding. When they were revived and took the planet from the harvesters, they found only the recent remains of that Tekkapod, which meant that it had succeeded in its directive to transform a being into a Tekkaman. The pod had opened a little less than a year ago. At this point, Parfait became puzzled. So, what you are telling us is that the Tekkapod had transformed one of the harvesters into a Tekkaman. The doctor shook his head. No. I learned that the Tekkapods would only transform healthy, living beings. A harvester would not have survived the process, given their dependence on collecting human organs to supplement themselves. That pod had captured a person before the time of the harvesters, which leads me to suspect that Slade may be that individual. Doctor, do you realize what you are suggesting? PC said incredulously. It makes sense, if you think about it. Dwero pointed out. Slade has no memory up to about a year ago, and that does coincide with the time that the pod had opened on Earth. His DNA isn't damaged, so he is most definitely not from Megele or Tarak. I had scanned the personnel logs of the ancient colony ships from that room we had found during. What was that time again? Ah yes, Christmas. There was no one aboard any of those ships with the same DNA match as Slade's. The only other possible answer was that he had come from Earth. But that's impossible. Parfait insisted. That would make Slade over 5.5 centuries old. He doesn't appear to be any older than 19. Are you saying that Slade is even older than the first generation? How can that be possible? Dwero shrugged. Well, technically speaking, Misty is 77 years old, considering that she spent 63 years in a cryostasis pod. It could be that Slade underwent a kind of suspended animation himself. By now, the aged captain of the pirate vessel was more than intrigued. She then asked in a quiet tone, "Tell me, Doctor, can you give me an estimated date in which the Radam lost contact with that Tekkapod? In the ancient calendar terms." Dwero pondered it for a moment as he matched start dates with the ancient terms of telling time. He nodded as he replied, "I would say that the year would have been 1984 AD. Magno froze when she heard that date and became pale as a ghost. This made her first officer concerned as she placed a hand on her shoulder and shook it slightly. "Captain? Is something wrong?" Magno shook her head as she responded quickly, "No. Nothing is wrong." She paused for a long time, then said to her, the head engineer and the doctor, "Tell no one of this, especially Slade. Why? I mean, shouldn't Slade, of all people, know about this? Parfait inquired. That's an order, Parfait. The same goes for the two of you. Magno said resolutely as she gazed upon BC and Guero with an expression which brooked no argument. Later that night, Magno decided to turn in, however. Before she headed toward her bed, she went over to a small footlocker and opened it. She carefully took out a small, metal box and laid it out on a nearby desk. The surface was covered in a film of dust that had accumulated over the decades, and its contents had not been disturbed for quite some time. She reverently opened the lid, and reached inside, drawing out a long, clear cylinder. Within the airtight confines of the tube was a rolled piece of parchment, suspended in an inert gas to keep it from degrading. She gazed upon it for a long time and wondered, after all this time, can it really be him? To be continued. Author's notes here. This chapter was short, but now this story is coming close to its climax and I need to speed things along. In Chapter 9, we learn about the final fate of Rabi as Slade encounters some old friends and a lot of new problems. We also get to have a few more surprises along the way, including some interactions with Yukio and Shanpyu. See you there. Chapter 20 Chapter 9, Part 1, Difficulties Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. I think we all know the drill now. Greater than Thoughts. Chapter 9 Part 1, Difficulties. Whoa! Fun! Slade groaned as he picked himself off the floor and rubbed his sore side. He couldn't understand it. How could he have missed? Lately, his martial arts skills had begun to degrade and he had to keep up his fighting skills, especially during this part of their journey back to Megele and Tarak. The battles ahead promised to be the most intense. He looked up at the target he had set up and wondered how he had misjudged the distance. It had been an easy exercise of jump kicking and knocking off the top of the post. In the past, he could do it in his sleep. Now, he was struggling just to get through his usual training sessions. Just what was happening to him? It had been several days after Guero and Barnett had been returned to the Nirvana, and things had just started to settle down. The Radam had chosen not to attack since then, which had been fortunate, given the state the ship was in. Parfait's engineering crews had been working around the clock to mend the damage that Tekkadread carnage had wreaked. But it still wasn't enough. The pirates needed a place to dry dock the vessel and effect more lasting repairs, especially the structural damage to the hull. The Nirvana was just barely holding together, and Parfait was near to resorting to duct tape and chewing gum to keep the ship from falling to pieces. There was also another dilemma. Supplies and spare parts were now dwindling. With the addition of a fifth Tekkaman, the food rations had become strained. Though Guero was perfectly willing to start eating Tarak food pills again, Barnett would not hear of it and insisted that he was served the same as everyone else on the ship. However, with his hypermetabolism, this became a problem, especially with having to feed Slade and the other Tekkaman. The only solution was to find more food. Fortunately, Slade knew of a planet close by that could be of assistance. It had been one of the worlds he had encountered during his time wandering the cosmos before meeting up with Magno's crew. The pirates could also make use of the planet's technology to repair the nirvana. As they headed toward a gaseous nebula, the first obstacle they would have to overcome was the asteroid field that was in the way. With the nirvana's protective screens as damaged as they would have been forced to go around the area. Luckily, Jura had discovered a new power with her Tekkaman form. The Bridge of the Nirvana. "Are you ready, Jura?" Magno asked as she spoke through the communicator to the mini-dread that was flying out in front of the Nirvana. In her fighter, the blonde pilot nodded as she took out her Tekka crystal. Tekkadread. In an instant, Tekkaman Ruby burst from her cockpit and flew forward toward the oncoming masses of rock and ice. The blisters on her armor glowed and then suddenly came off and floated about her like the repulsor discs on her old Tekkadread. They spread about her in a large spherical pattern and extended lines of force which merged to form a huge energy barrier, surrounding the nirvana and protecting the ship. Chunks of stone and frozen water were pushed aside harmlessly as Jura single-handedly defended the nirvana from everything the asteroid field threw against it. Meanwhile, deep within the nebula, a lone figure was buffeted through the energy storms and violent electromagnetic fields. Only the insulation of the capsule protected him from being obliterated, but at this point, he didn't care anymore. Anything, even death would have been preferable to the living hell he was now experiencing. Rabi wished that the torment would end. It had been one misery after another since the day he met with Slade. It was all his fault that he was now in this predicament. If it weren't for him, then he would still be whole, instead of being reduced to the pitiful shell of a human being that he was now. Then, just as suddenly as he let his anger build, he let it drop. He really couldn't blame anyone, except for himself. After all, he had betrayed the human race to the harvesters, and who wouldn't have done what Slade did to get payback? And that is just what he did when he alerted all the other human worlds to be on their guard against Rabi and his unholy alliance with the organ hunters. Every planet he had visited since then had turned him away, either by denying him refuge or forcibly chasing him off. More often than not, it was the latter. His supplies had eventually dwindled down to nothing, and his lack of information to the harvesters had devalued his importance to them. As a result, he simply became another human to harvest. And harvest they did, while his simian friend Vutan had been thrown away to die in the vacuum of space. The harvesters had taken much from him and would have completely cut him apart if it weren't for the re-emergence of the Radam. Not that it was much better under their rule. The Radam had no use for a nearly butchered, barely alive human. They wanted healthy individuals to control as Tekkaman and further their drive for conquest. All Rabi was good for was for periodic amusement and in their last scheme, as bait. After Dwero and Barnet's capture, Rabi was cast aside and left to die in the endless void. However, it seemed that fate was not yet finished with him as his capsule drifted toward a planet that he had not visited in several years. As the tiny vessel began to heat up as it started to graze the outer atmosphere, Rabi hoped that end would be quick as his capsule became a fiery meteor. On the surface of the planet, a lone figure looked up and saw what appeared to be a shooting star. He then felt a kind of presence that seemed to emanate from it and decided to investigate as it was coming down toward an area that was nearby. On the nirvana, Tuero became concerned as he looked at the readouts on the medical scanner. Though he was supposed to be resting from his ordeal with the Radam, the Tarak physician had insisted on returning to his duties. Though with his enhanced and somewhat uncontrollable powers, he had pilotly handled all of the instruments, while he gave advice, until he was able to touch objects and people without harming them. This new arrangement would have to suffice. Currently, she was running all of the sick day's equipment. "Are you done, Doc?" Slade asked as he sat up from the examination table. He shook his head slightly to get rid of the dizzy spell he was feeling. "The physical exam? Yes," Tuero replied. "However, I do not like what I am seeing. Your present level of homeostasis is disturbing." "Homeo? What? Can you give it to me in simpler terms?" "All right. And the term all right is something that you are definitely not. When you first came aboard this vessel, I had the med scanners recalibrated to measure your extraordinary levels of health and physiological makeup, due to your Tekkaman abilities. The same goes for Dinah, Jura, Mia and of course, myself. And lately, your levels have substantially diminished. Your body isn't working as efficiently as before. The cellular structure seems to be having difficulty in sustaining itself. To put it simply, you aren't at your physiological best and this condition seems to be worsening. Dog, come on Doc, I'm just feeling a bit tired from all the fighting lately, that's all. I'm just having a few off days," Slade insisted, though the medical man was not convinced. "This goes beyond a few off days, Slade. I have been reading the reports on how you've been straining lately and it may have something to do with your evolved Tekkaman form. Your performance in battle has degraded lately and the captain has told me of the problems you've been having in transforming into your penultimate form. No, it's just fatigue, that's all. I've been fighting almost non-stop since we've started this trip and you've experienced far more than anyone could even begin to imagine." The doctor cut in as he began listing the events. "You've merged and formed Tekkadreads, gone up against Harvester flagships, enemy Tekkaman, spider crabs, dying, and I am still puzzled over how you were revived, and most recently, your transformation into your evolved form and the creation of the other Tekkaman. I have a theory that you had something to do with Dinah, Mia and Jura's powers. Huh? Think about it. Those three did not undergo the same process as I had with the Radam, yet they achieved the ability to become Tekkaman. The only logical explanation is that you gave them their abilities." "Say what?" I didn't do anything to them, so how can I be responsible? I have yet to formulate a plausible rationalization, but I am quite certain that you had contributed, at least in part, to their upgrades. But all of that is beside the point that you are suffering some kind of physiological difficulty. It may be necessary to restrict your participation in any further combat, at least for now. No way. You know that we need everyone available to defend the ship, especially now. What if the Radam attack? I believe that the others can handle it. If not, I can always give them assistance. I am a Tekkaman now, and Pili can handle the medical duties. But, Slade, as the ship's physician, I do have the authority to ground you if I feel that there is a potential danger to you and the crew. You have not been fighting at your best, and perhaps some time to rest is in order. The doctor is right, Pili said as she deactivated the med scanner. I don't like these readings either. I think you should follow his orders. And Doctor's orders are to stay out of the battle, Guero stated. Later, it took some doing, but he finally agreed, Guero said as he concluded with his report to Magno and BC. At this point, the Nirvana had cleared the asteroids and was about to enter the nebula. That's good to hear, though I am skeptical that Slade will be able to keep himself from any future battles, the aged captain said. However, I am more concerned with what's happening to him now. Are you certain that he is suffering some kind of cellular degeneration? I'm positive, the Tarak physician said. I have not yet informed Slade of the entire truth about his condition, but it has been steadily declining in the last few weeks. His body is being strained beyond its limits, and I suspect that it is because of his recent achievement of his evolved Tekkaman form. With that much power to control, he is being forced to expand himself at a much higher rate. It should have taken him months to adapt to it, but he's been in near constant battle since the beginning of this voyage. I fear that in a matter of weeks, perhaps days, he will burn himself out. Even maintaining his normal transformation might eventually become detrimental to him. And what about you and the other Tekkaman? BC asked. So far, we haven't felt any of the effects that Slade is experiencing, and that could be due to the fact that we do not possess evolved forms. However, I am still monitoring our conditions, and I will inform you of any new developments. Very well then. From this date on, Slade shall no longer take part in the defense of this vessel. He has done more than enough to protect us, and now it is our turn. We will keep him in the register for the remainder of the voyage. She paused for a moment, then added, I trust that this information about his condition will not leave this conference room, at least for now. When the two nodded, Magno sighed a bit, then changed the subject as she addressed her first officer. Speaking of the register, since Cascagni is not expected to recover until the end of this journey, we must select her replacement. Any ideas as to whom? I had approached Barnett with the offer, but she turned it down. BC replied. She turned it down? Yes. I think that she feels responsible for the attack on Gascogne and doesn't feel worthy enough to take her place. She was extremely adamant against heading the register. I suppose that is understandable, but who should we elect to run the register? Might I make a suggestion? Dwero said. I believe that there is another candidate. The register. Slade was a bit surprised to see Yukio the 17th enter the register and take her place at Gascogne's station. Puken? What are you doing here? I thought you were with the warrior squadron. The Okonomiyaki chef smiled as she returned the greeting. Well, with Gascogne out of commission for a while, they needed someone who was familiar with her station, so I was chosen. It's okay, since I get to spend more time with you. I hear that you were regulated to full-time here at the register. Yeah, well, it's only for a while. I'm going to be back into the fight eventually. Well then, we should enjoy what time we have together, Slade. I still need to thank you for that time you saved my life. How about I whip up some of my specialty okonomiyaki at lunch? Sounds good to me. Yukio smiled as she felt that things were looking up. Slade had been spending so much time with Ida and the other Tekkaman, that she hadn't seen much of him outside of the Vandread operations. Over the last few months, she had developed a fondness for him and her hatred toward men had diminished. He was not at all like the monsters that she had been taught to despise since birth. And of course, it wasn't as if he was the one who had dishonored the Quanji clan all those centuries ago, right? At the shooting range, Barren found it difficult to concentrate as she missed 6 targets in a row. In her mind, she could still see herself in her dread as it opened fire on Gascogne's supply ship. The memory had been giving her nightmares and was also upsetting her aim. In her mind's eyes, she could see Gascogne's face in the center of her targeting display. After another minute of aimless firing, the simulation ended and the score was displayed. The brunette sighed in depression. She was definitely not at her best today. It had been bad enough that Tekkaman had used her and Dwero as a weapon against the Nirvana, but this feeling of guilt still haunted her. How could she have so ruthlessly attacked and nearly murdered her closest friends? She had felt ecstasy and pleasure in destroying her comrades. She had tried to convince herself that it had been that Radam mind parasite that had forced her to do such terrible things, and yet she couldn't help but feel that a part of her wanted to do it. Did that thing somehow unleash a primal urge within her? No matter how much she wanted to forget, the guilt was still there and there was always the possibility that it might happen again. That was the main reason why she had turned down the position of head supplier, and instead agreed to lead the Dread squadrons. She did not feel that she was worthy of taking the place of the one she had nearly killed. And she was certain that the other crew members still harbored some resentment toward her, despite the fact that everyone on board had already forgiven her. However, Barnett could not forgive herself and had purposely distanced herself from her comrades. She felt that she didn't have any connection to anyone. Not after that bastard Tekkaman had changed her. No one could understand what she had experienced. Well, almost no one. After her recovery from surgery, Barnett had felt a kind of faint connection with Poirot. For some odd reason, she knew how to tie a surgeon's knot, was able to identify various parts of the body by their medical terms and how to set broken bones. She even had a recipe for roasted shuri meat. At that moment, she heard the door to the shooting range open and a familiar figure entered. She gave Poirot a warm smile as he approached her. "Hello, Barnett. And how are you?" the good doctor asked as she came down off the floating disc and faced him. "Oh, I'm all right. I've got a little irritation in the occipital region of my cerebrum and some slight discomfort on the dorsal side of my spinal column near the second and third vertebrae, but..." "Huh?" She became confused over her words and said, "Whoa, where did all of that come from?" "I just meant to say that I had a headache and a slight pain in my neck." Poirot smirked a bit as he replied, "It could be that our psychic link during the time we were Darkon's slaves may have transferred some of my memories over to you and vice versa. You just recited one of the exam questions I answered during my days at the Tarak Medical Academy. For me, I happen to know that you're shooting a .45 caliber model 1911A1 with a 7-round magazine. Wow. And I thought I was the ancient gun expert." The two shared a laugh together as they unknowingly began forging a relationship between their two worlds, and something more intimate. "Slade, what's wrong?" Yukio asked as her associate began to cough and become somewhat shaky. Slade waved her off as he cleared his throat, though at the moment he was feeling unsteady and his vision started to blur slightly. He did not want to worry her or anyone else on the ship, though he knew that he couldn't keep his condition secret from the others for long. He just had to hold out until the end of the voyage. He quickly excused himself and headed out the door, leaving a very puzzled and concerned head of the register. Yukio the 17th knew that something was up. Slade was usually confident and sure in himself. Now he was showing signs of fatigue and lack of coordination. He was also displaying some mental stress and wasn't as gung-ho about things. At times, he was moody and withdrawn. Every now and then, he'd actually come close to losing his patience. Since he wasn't a female, Yukio couldn't assume that Slade was having that time of the month that women had. Then again, she didn't know much about men in particular, until after she had met Slade. She wondered if he was coming down with some kind of disease. She decided to table her thoughts for a while and hoped that things would get better. Slade's quarters. "What's wrong with me?" ? Greater than Slade found himself in a coughing fit that sent sharp stabs of pain through his chest and throat. When he put his hand to his mouth and let off a hard hacking noise, he became alarmed to see a wet, warm crimson stain on his palm. He braced himself and tried to focus, but his vision continued to blur in and out. Finally, he collapsed onto his bed as his head started to spin. He just barely managed not to lapse into unconsciousness as he waited for his body to settle down, though he knew that deep inside, He wasn't going to get any better. Things had been getting harder for him, and everyday life had become a struggle. Slade suspected that something was happening to him, and that he may not see the end of this journey. He had hoped that it was only fatigue and mental stress, but it had worsened as time went on. He had been hiding his condition from others, but he knew that it was only a matter of time before the rest of the crew realized that something was wrong with him. It was only a day or two before, just after Dwero and Barnett had returned, when the white Tekkaman began to fear that his life may not last much longer. The Radam world, formerly the planet Earth. I cannot understand these games that you play, Tekkaman, Saber stated as he stood before his master in his human form. Why do you not just destroy the Nirvana and Slade and have done with it? You will not speak to your warlord in that manner, Saber. Tekkaman replied in a very dangerous tone. Remember, just who made you into what you are now. Those foolish harvesters believed that they had been in control of the pixies, when it really we, the Radam, who had created the Tekkaman from the wretch they had selected. You owe your power, your very existence, to me. If you truly wish for me to show my gratitude, then you will give me the power to destroy Slade. Saber shot back. The power I have now is nothing compared to his evolved form. Indeed. The Radam warlord agreed. He has achieved the penultimate form of the Tekkaman warrior. Tekkaman such as yourself are but one step in the cosmic evolution. He has surpassed you, but not without paying a price. Price? It is a gift that requires much, from he who receives it. Great physical and spiritual strength. And ultimately his very life, for no one can survive as the penultimate Tekkaman for very long. The surveillance footage from our previous battles has shown that he is already having difficulties and it is only a matter of time. Master, are you saying that Slade will not survive? This information alarmed Saber as he made a decision. Give me these powers now before it is too late. What? I demand them, Tekkaman. I will not be cheated out of defeating my greatest foe because of some cosmic twist of fate. You demand me. The warlord said incredulously. I will not be silent this time. You owe me this. Even if Slade does not survive, he still wins. After all that I've done, that's just not fair. And what have you done, but fail me consistently? Tekkaman won out, then decided to punish Saber for his insubordination. And now you defy me. So be it, Saber. The crimson Tekkaman was suddenly engulfed by a jelly-like substance that sprang up from the floor and dragged him down, screaming and struggling. Saber shouted out in protest and anguish, but then disappeared from sight, leaving the Radam leader to contemplate. Tekkaman sighed as he considered his next move and what to do with the rebellious space warrior. Though Saber was his most powerful warrior, he was also the hardest to control. His obsession with defeating Slade had both been an incentive and a liability in their plans to conquer the cosmos. However, only Tekkaman knew of the underlying reasons to Saber's drive to destroy his rival. Tekkaman was well aware of Slade's origin since he had the records of the pod which had landed on Earth centuries ago. He also knew of the genesis of Saber as well and suspected that link between the two may be what was causing such animosity between the two. If only Saber knew of his true connection to Slade. Speaking of which, I think it is time to hurry his destruction along. Greater than Darkon. Don't leave me down here. I will go mad. Saber continued to pound against the crystalline prison in which he had been transported to. However, his pleas went unanswered as he was left in silence in the bowels of the planet. As he was left to consider his rebellious words against Tekkaman, he continued to see in his mind's eye his greatest foe, Slade. He just had to defeat him, once for all. He wanted to achieve and surpass all that the white Tekkaman had. He wanted to be recognized as the best, and he would not be in anyone's shadow, least of always. Though he wanted nothing more than to destroy him utterly, he couldn't help but feel that there was some connection between them. In a way, they were two of a kind, and that infuriated him even more. He was not going to be compared to him. He would be known as a great warrior and not some second-rate version of Slade. Slade, are you alright? Mia asked as she and the Tekkaman ate in the cafeteria. Normally he would be wolfing down his meal, but today he was just picking at his food. Oh well, I guess I'm not too hungry. Slade replied. Sometimes I've been skipping meals. This statement surprised her. Knowing the high energy requirements of a Tekkaman, eating less or skipping meals was not advisable. She had made certain she had been eating enough, for there was no telling when the next battle would occur. For Slade to turn down food meant that something was definitely wrong. And after all they had been through together, she had started to open up more and became very concerned. Though she wouldn't admit it openly, Slade had become very important to her. Slade, are you sure that you're alright? Hey, it's okay. Slade said as he got up and heading for the exit, leaving his uneaten meal on the table. However, the former Dread leader was unconvinced as she followed him out into the hall. She placed her hand on his shoulder and stopped him. She blushed a bit when she felt the hard muscle under her palm, then quickly took her hand back. When he turned to face her, she felt a bit young and unsure, then composed herself. Slade, we're all getting concerned about what's been happening to you lately. You've been avoiding people, you haven't been leading the training sessions as much as you did, and, well, I haven't seen you as much, especially now that you've been grounded from battle for a while. It's alright, though I appreciate the concern. I'm just tired, okay? No, it's not okay. Mia insisted. Slade, you can't just shut yourself out from us, and from me. We're friends, and she started to twiddle her index fingers and her cheeks became pink. We're supposed to help each other when we're in trouble. You've always helped us out when we needed it, and I think it's time we started to return the favor. If there's something wrong, then you should let me know. I'll always be here for you when you need me." She immediately became very embarrassed as soon as those words left her lips. What made her say such a thing? Slade gave her a comforting smile as he gazed upon her flustered expression. She looked really cute at the moment as he replied, "Thanks, Mia. I do appreciate the offer and maybe I'll take you up on it." He then leaned forward and gave her a quick kiss on the forehead, then turned around and left her in an even more embarrassed state. "I wonder what made me do that?" Greater than Slade thought as he decided to visit the sick bay and see how Ikazuchi was doing as she rested in the healing capsule. As he neared the sick bay, he met up with Dinah, who happened to be carrying a tray of sweet rolls and other pastries. "Mr. Alien, I've been looking for you. I made these just for you," the red-haired girl said excitedly. "Oh, thanks, Dinah, but I'm not hungry right now," Slade began, but then stopped as he saw the look of disappointment in her eyes. Why was it that he couldn't stand to see a girl sad? "Oh, okay, maybe a couple." He reached out, took a pastry and quickly gobbled it up. The smile on her face brightened the mood. This is good." His compliment made her even happier. "I'm glad that you like it. Here, have as much as you want." As the two conversed, the tension that Slade had been feeling eased somewhat. It was good to be able to be with people that did care about him. It made him feel less lonely, and that was a welcomed change from the life of solitude he had been leading before joining the Nirvana. Standing nearby, a certain girl was feeling left out. Misty had in her hands a tray of food that she had made for him. However, since the day her arrival, Dinah and the other girls had become Tekkaman, she had been feeling inadequate and not worthy of him. Dinah, Mia and Jura had attained a level of power that set them apart from all the others. Furthermore, though she had been trying to get his attention, it was apparent that Slade only considered her as a friend and nothing more. Misty sighed and shook her head. The writing was on the wall and it was time for her to accept it and move on. From the time she had awakened from the cryopod, she had hoped that she and Slade would get together, since he was the only man on the ship that understood the old ways between men and women. She had been feeling very lonely with only people from single-gender planets around. However, he did not respond to her the way she wanted to, and she could not force him to love her. But the question was, where could she go from here? The world she knew of no longer existed and she had no family to call her own. It just wasn't fair. She would have been better off sleeping in that cryopod. Not wanting to be seen with tears in her eyes, she quietly walked off and left the scene. At that moment, the battle alert went off. The observation port. Slade sighed as he watched Dinah, Jura, and Mia, along with the other defenders of the Nirvana, fight off several swarms of spider crabs. In the lead of the dread formations was Barnet, with Jusenkyo in command of the warrior squadron. It seemed that everyone was doing well. Without him, he had wanted to transform and get involved in the fight, But Guero immediately stopped him and reminded him of his enforced R&R. He was to stay put and let the others fight. Slade understood that he had to stay on the sidelines, but that didn't mean that he had to like it. The battle raged on for several minutes and the pirates looked like they were having no troubles. The near-mindless Radam monsters were no match for them and Slade felt about as full as a burned-out meteor. Then the tables turned as Tekkaman decided to up the ante. The alarms on the bridge on the Nirvana began sounding off as something huge appeared on the sensors. A huge rip in the space-time continuum appeared in the midst of the battle. And from that opening, an old nightmare came into view. It was a leftover from the harvesters and it had been corrupted by the Radam. The mothership looked like a mutated sea cucumber with strange growths all over its surface. From these growths, thousands of spider crabs were spewed into space like spores. Plasma bolts and organic missiles were released and began raining down on the pirates, threatening to wipe them out of existence. The Nirvana shuddered from the onslaught and was on the verge of collapsing. Magno's crew was in big trouble. Slade, where are you going? Guero cried out as he chased after the white Tekkaman toward the nearest airlock. Where do you think? Slade called back as he began to open up the airlock. The ship shook and shuddered as the vessel's hull was being torn apart. The defensive screens of the Nirvana were being overpowered and spider crabs were getting through. Destruction was imminent and something had to be done. You are not going to fight. Guero insisted as he tried to restrain his patient. However, as the hallway shuddered and panels were blown open, the physician paused in his attempt to stop Slade. Slade shook him off and faced him. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a firm tone, as alarms rang and circuits sparked. Doc, I know what you're trying to do, but you don't have to hide or deny it. I know what's going on. This statement took the healer by surprise. He took a step back. What? Doc, I'm not ignorant. I know that I haven't been feeling well. It's been going on for some time now and I finally figured that it might have something to do with my Tekkaman powers. That's why you had me put on the register, wasn't it? To keep me from transforming? Slade, you don't need to explain what's happening to me. I know. I'm dying. No, you're. You don't have to sugarcoat it, Doc. And right now, we don't have time for this. If we don't do something now, then my condition won't matter, would it? We've got to fight them, now. You're a Tekkaman, aren't you? And we need all the help we can get. Yes, but nothing. Doc, if we lose now, we lose everything. You can plan my funeral later, but we have to deal with this problem now. If I'm going to bite the big one, then I'm going to make sure that I take as many of those Radam bastards with me. Now are you going to help me, or stop me? Barnet gritted her teeth as she made her enhanced dread swerve away from attacking spider crabs, then swung about to counterattack. The fighter was far more maneuverable than the others, thanks to the Radam, but it was still not enough to hold off the enemy. The pirate forces were losing ground and the Nirvana was taking a terrible beating. However, in the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a flash of emerald green light and knew that Slade had joined the fray. What caught her by surprise was an additional flash of gray-blue light that followed. She then recognized the second figure as Razor. Tekkadread. In unison, Slade and Dwero transformed into their Tekkaman forms. For the Doctor, this was a new experience as they charged at the formations of spider crabs that were ripping up the Nirvana's hull. He was somewhat unsteady and figured that he had been fighting on instinct when he was under Darkon's control. He also noticed that Slade's movements were sluggish and he was straining hard just to keep going. However, now was the time to focus on the task at hand, and the physician had to master his new abilities quickly. As they came down on a pack of spider crabs that were about to tear open the top of the Nirvana's bridge, he looked down at his armor and wondered if the sharp protuberances were more than just cosmetic. Extending out with his right gauntlet, he concentrated, and was surprised when the armor stretched out and formed a blade. Swinging the blade in a wide arc, a beam of energy was let loose and cut a huge spider crab in half. Interesting. This armor is able to reshape into any type of surgical instrument I can imagine. I was just thinking of my scalpel and a laser cellular divider. Greater than Tekkaman razor sped forward and let loose a series of energy slashes that reduced dozens of the monsters to shreds. One spider crab tried to blindside him, but he turned about and his gauntlets let loose with twin long spikes with beveled points. Driving the points deep within the brute's head, he focused his power and injected a blast of quantum energy into it, causing the beast to explode. Wow! Look at Mr. Doctor! Tekkaman Sapphire exclaimed as she and her comrades watched Dwero operate on his opponents. He's doing well for his first combat, Jura remarked. Yes, but Slade isn't. Mia pointed out as she sped down to aid her comrade. The others followed her into the thick of things. Slade winced as another spider crab landed a direct blow. With his reflexes down and the enemy attacking en masse, the white Tekkaman was finding it hard to keep fighting. Deep within him, he could feel his body burning as flashes of pain stabbed hard at his very being. His heart threatened to explode from the intense pounding and he started to become disoriented. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out before his body pulled itself apart. The majority of the spider crabs began to focus their attention on Slade, biting, slashing and crushing, sometimes tearing each other apart in their assault on the Nirvana's prime defender. It was as if he were in the center of a maelstrom and with every bit of damage he sustained, he could feel himself falling deeper and deeper into oblivion. Darkon smiled as he watched the battle from his monitor. Yes. Keep pushing him. Push him over the edge. Isn't it marvelous, Slade? The power you had gained as the penultimate Tekkaman is nearly beyond comprehension, but it does come with a price. Now, it is only a matter of time before that gift destroys you. And I shall relish each and every moment as I watch you die. You will not be able to win this battle without that power, and that shall be your ultimate downfall! Exclamation point greater than, hang on, Mr. Alien. Dinah cried out as she launched her energy arrows at the creatures that were swarming over him. Jura, Mia and Puero also began blasting off the spider crabs to ease the pressure off Slade. When the Tekkaman flew free, the others thought that things would be alright, but that was when the mothership began directing its firepower at Slade, as well as sending out more spider crabs. As Slade took a glancing shot on the shoulder, his rage started to swell, then finally it peaked. Enough is enough. His body convulsed and trembled as he focused all of his remaining energy. By now, his armor was pockmarked and severely battered. Power began to seep from the cracks and holes, and it looked as if he was about to explode. Slade, don't do it. Razor warned as he tried to stop him, but Slade paid no heed. Regardless of the intense pain he was feeling, he was going to finish this battle, once and for all. The other Tekkaman were driven back as a huge energy backlash was emitted, and in a flash, Tekkaman Blaster appeared on the scene. At that point, Slade could only see his target as he opened up his megavoltical units and began charging up. At the same time, the mothership prepared to let loose with one final volley. Slade felt as if he was about to be torn apart as he primed his strongest attack then. Megavoltical. In that instant, the darkness of space was dispelled as Slade let loose with a mind-boggling blast that tore through the enemy vessel and vaporizing the hordes of spider crabs. The pirates were astonished at the level of destruction that he had released. As the mothership turned away and self-destructed, the feeling was forgotten as an insistent voice was heard. Mr. Alien. Mr. Alien. Mr. Alien. Why won't you answer me? Floating among the debris and remains of the enemy forces, a lone figure floated lifelessly, as globules of red streamed from several cracks in the armor. Later. What? What do you mean he's dying? Jura demanded. In the sick bay, Puero sighed as he read his report to her and all the others who were with him. In an adjoining room, Slade, in his human form, was lying in bed with dozens of medical equipment buzzing and humming about. He had been in a coma-like state ever since he had been brought back to the ship. There's no other way I can say it, the Tarak man stated. Slade is suffering from a form of hypercellular degeneration, and I'm afraid that he only has a few hours to live. He may not survive past the night. No. You can't mean that. Mr. Alien can't die. Dinah said as her eyes welled up with tears. Mia, though she appeared to be putting up a strong front, was also deeply affected by the news. What is happening to him? Tell us. Magno sighed as she knew that there was no point in keeping the rest of the crew in the dark. What the good doctor is trying to say is that Slade has been suffering from a condition that is connected to his Tekkaman powers, specifically his evolved form. We found out that the more he used it, the more he was driving himself closer to the grave. That was the reason why we wanted Slade to stay out of the battles. We didn't want him to accelerate the process that was killing him. Guero said. His evolved form requires far more energy than his body could supply, and using those powers would eventually prove to be fatal. I'm sorry, but Slade is going to die. To be continued. Author's notes. It's been a long while, but I finally got around to finishing this part of Chapter 9, and I hope to see this fit to the end. My life has been taking several twists and turns that have been cutting into my writing, but I'm still cranking out stories when I can. In the next part, Mia, Daida and Jura may be able to save Slade, but the risk may be more than they could take. See you then. Chapter 21 Chapter 9 Part 2, Evolution DKK80 The second stage disclaimer. What? Do I have to disclaim? Oh, alright. Tekkaman Blade, Vandread and Ranma 1/2 don't belong to me, so get off my back. Greater than Thoughts Chapter 9 Part 2 Evolution The Radam homeworld, formerly the Earth. Tarak nodded as lance, rapier and axe stood before him. After receiving word of the supposed demise of Tekkaman Slade, the warlord had decided that now was the time to finish off the pirates and reclaim the Nirvana's Pixies core. And what better way than to use the new weapons that they had just created. The three Tekkaman saluted their master as they received their orders, which were simple and straightforward. It was to be total annihilation without mercy. A few hours later, aboard the pirate vessel Nirvana, the crew was in a state of depression that made even a long-forgotten lost boy seem cheerful. The battered spacecraft and its inhabitants had endured much during its long voyage back to Megele and Tarak, and until the present, survived with all on board. However, this time it seemed that death would not be cheated of finally claiming one of them. In the sick bay, a lone figure laid on a bed as dozens of life support machines buzzed and hummed around him. Various tubes and sensors were attached to his arms and chest, monitoring his life readings as they slowly and steadily declined. With each passing second, Slade's life ticked away. The once mighty Tekkaman was now just barely hanging by a thread. He was in a deep coma, with his breathing and heartbeat slightly detectable by technological means. He had to be continuously fed oxygen through a face mask and stimulated through chemical and bioelectrical pulses to keep his heart beating. However, it was a losing battle, despite all the machinery and ultra-modern medicine. Every second, his life signs would drop a fraction lower, and it would not be long before they ceased altogether. He did not even have the option to be cryogenically frozen, as his cellular structure would be unable to endure the freezing process. He was literally dying, one cell at a time. The sick bay was as quiet as a tomb, save for the regular sounds the monitors made. All other patients had been moved out to focus on keeping Slade alive until a solution could be found to save him. But time was running out and Guero was no closer to finding a cure. It was then that the doors to the sick bay opened and a lone figure entered. Her face was red and it was obvious to anyone who saw her that she had spent much of her free time in tears. Ida had been waiting in her room ever since she had heard the news that Slade was dying, and had prayed to the Megele gods for him. She couldn't believe that after all they had been through, she could not do anything but watch him slip away from her life. She was no longer the cheerful, happy-go-lucky girl, as much of the excess energy she used to possess seemed to have drained out of her. She came to Slade's bedside and knelt down. She looked longingly at him and it looked as if she was trying to get him to wake up by the sheer force of her will. Of course, no matter how much she wanted him to open his eyes and smile at her, he remained silent and unmoving. She bowed her head down and grasped his right hand, squeezing it gently and hoping that he would squeeze back. After long hours of training, she had finally managed to gain control over her enhanced strength, and did not crush the bones in his hand. Still, he would not move and the red-haired female began to fear that he was now lost to her. There would be no miraculous revival this time. "Mr. Alien, please, don't die." Ida sobbed as she could not keep the tears from flowing and soaking the blanket and sheets. "You still haven't come to my room, and I can't stand to see you like this. Please, come back to us. Come back to me." She wept for a very long time and her body became exhausted from the effort. Finally, she surrendered to sorrowful slumber as she lay her head on his chest. Her sleep became wrecked with sad dreams and in her sleep she started to mumble, "I love you, Slade." At that moment, the pulse monitor began recording less than 20 beats per minute. Then the number dropped another 2 beats. The high-tech life support systems could not maintain life at less than 3 and Slade's demise grew ever nearer. Somewhere else on the Nirvana, Magna was feeling the years of her long life weigh down upon her soul as she walked down the hallway. Like Ida, she was feeling restless and somewhat helpless as she could do nothing but wait for Slade's death. She smiled sadly as she remembered the first time they had met and he had called her an old ghoul. She did not take the insult personally and over time, he had sort of grown on her. He was like the son she had never had. At times, he was arrogant and somewhat cocky, but at the same time, she had admired his spirit and unending courage. He always put others before his own safety and there was time in which it seemed he would become a permanent part of the crew. And there was a certain measure of pride when he chose to name Ezra's child Nodoka. As she continued to muse, she then noticed a certain figure ahead of her. Mia. Magna walked up to the former Dread leader, as Mia leaned against the railing to a large observation window. The blue-haired girl didn't seem to notice her captain's presence, or perhaps she did not care at the moment. Not that she was being disrespectful, but she currently had a lot of things on her mind as she gazed at the unending background of stars. When the elderly woman came up beside her, she noticed right away that Mia had been doing something that she had never seen her do before. The red puffy eyes, the streaks of recent salty dampness, the infrequent sniffling, and the clenching of her hands on the rail, which was deforming the metal due to her enhanced strength. The signs were all there. Then, in a trembling, quiet voice, Mia spoke. It hurts so much to see him in such pain. The 100-plus-year-old woman nodded. She didn't have to ask who Mia was talking about. The normally tough-minded girl wasn't even trying to hide her sadness. In a way, Magna was glad that the young girl was finally opening up with her emotions. She had always been so serious and distant, ever since she became part of the crew. Thanks to a certain cosmic warrior, Mia was at last showing more of her human side. The ancient crone only wished that it wasn't under such gloomy circumstances. How could one man touch the hearts of so many? Mia looked down at her right hand as she held it up. She stared at the palm for a minute, then clenched it into a fist. I have all this power. More than I ever dreamed I could have. I can do things. Amazing things. And despite it all, I can't help him. Mia. Tears began to stream anew as she turned about to face Magna. She couldn't stop them. They kept on coming as she reached out and embraced the old woman. The captain's arms came around her as she gently embraced Mia like a mother hugging her daughter. In a way, every girl on the Nirvana was like a surrogate daughter to her. She said nothing as Mia continued to pour out her soul. I can't help him. Sobbed after all the times he helped us. He's dying and all this power I've got. Can't help him. It's not fair. Not fair. Not fair. Not fair. Magna felt her own eyes welling up with tears as she also felt a sense of helplessness for Slade. She kept her peace as the girl in her embrace continued to weep. In her mind's eyes, the former Dread leader could still remember the last time she had seen him and that kiss he had given to her. It had just been a simple peck on the forehead, but it had affected her like nothing else. Over time, Mia's natural dislike towards males had lessened and she had become attached to him. That fondness had increased considerably during the voyage and was becoming something more. Though she would not admit it openly, Mia was discovering an ancient emotion that once existed between men and women. Love. In Jura's quarters, the blonde Tekkaman sat in silence on her bed. She too had nothing to do but wait for Slade's death, and that in itself was torture. It wasn't fair. Slade was supposed to be the Oma to her child. She would not have cared if the baby was a boy or a girl. It would have been a part of her and him. She would have loved her son or daughter in any case, as long as it was Slade's. And the thought of having him by her side and raising that child had been a dream that she had come to look forward to. Now, it appeared that the dream would die with him. It was at that moment that Jura remembered back to her conversation with Magna, just before she had become Tekkaman Ruby. She had asked the captain why she was feeling so possessive and adamant to have the white Tekkaman as the father of her children. Magna's response to her question had shocked her to her core, and she had initially resented the notion. However, as time passed on, the thought of spending the rest of her life with him was eventually accepted and even relished. As she and Barna drifted apart, with her friend becoming closer to Dwero, Jura had gradually latched onto Slade. His nervousness and anxiety, whenever she displayed signs of affection, were quite amusing and charming. At times, he was just downright adorable when he stuttered and tripped on his own 2 feet whenever she expressed her sexuality. And after seeing him naked, she had wondered on many occasions just what he'd taste like. There had been a burning need that had been growing ever since Slade had first kissed her, and ignited an instinct that had long been dormant in Megele females. Since that day, Jura had wanted to get closer to him, and when she decided to have a baby, the first and only candidate for Alma was the white Tekkaman. She had been dreaming just what her children would look like. Would they have her blonde hair or his raven locks? Would they possess his gray-blue eyes or her emerald green? At times, she even imagined a boy with her features and Slade's. Instead of being repulsed by the image of a male child, as most Megele women would, she actually became fascinated at the idea. But the main drive to have Slade's child was not for fame as it initially was. It was because she had recently admitted to herself that which Magno had known all along. She had planned to tell Slade, but now it was too late. Tears started to stream down her cheeks as Jura shook with despair. She had been so close to achieving her dream, only to have it dashed by a cruel twist of fate. Was it so wrong for her to be in love with a man that destiny had decided to take him away from her? It was then that she and Mia received a summons to the sick bay, where Dinah was still at Slade's bedside. Later, "You say that you may have found a way to save Slade?" PC asked. "There is a chance, but it's a very slim chance. Perfect, and I had to do a lot of research," Dwero said as he began outlining the procedure, which could save Slade's life. "Damn it, I lost Slade once. I won't lose him again!" Exclamation point greater than the Tekkaman's latest transformation to blaster mode had put him near death's door, and it took all of the Tarak healer's skills to keep him from crossing over into the great beyond. He was already slipping close to the point of no return in his coma, and this time, he may not wake up at all. "Explain," PC asked as she and the captain stood by Slade's bedside. At the foot of his bed were Mia, Dinah and Jura, who were also listening intensely. After a long study of Slade and the other Tekkaman on board, including myself, Perfect and I had determined that Slade's deterioration is due to an imbalance of his bioenergy levels. As a normal Tekkaman, he's able to replenish whatever stores he uses up in combat. But his evolution requires more energy than he's able to consume, and that transformation is causing his already enhanced metabolism to accelerate to near fatal levels. His cells just can't keep up and are now in the process of final degeneration. Within 3 hours, he'll be dead. No! All 3 girls gasped as they leaned forward with great concern. "So what can we do?" Magno asked with great expectation. Dwero activated a small monitor and began explaining the images being displayed. What Slade needs now is an infusion of Pixie's bioenergy that can bring his deficiencies back up to normal levels, and rebuild his damaged cell structure. Since we've learned that the Pixies was originally a Radam power source, we can attempt to use it as a kind of energy booster. Then do it. Mia insisted as she and her fellow Tekkaman gazed longingly at the wounded warrior. Hold on, Mia. It's not that simple, Guero said with a firm expression. Our studies on the Tekkaman power process has also shown that there is a complication. What do you mean? Jura inquired. If all Slade needs is a recharge, then why don't you just do it? That's an interesting way to put it, Guero remarked, then said in a very serious tone. However, we can't just hook Slade directly to the Pixies like we would with Pegasus to a recharge station. Well, why not? Jura demanded. If the Pixies is the source of our powers, then it should be able to fix him up. The reason why I haven't done so yet is because the process would kill Slade instantly. The doctor replied in more stern tone, which immediately silenced the blonde Tekkaman. He took a calming breath and explained. Slade's cell structure is extremely fragile at this point, and infusing pure Pixie's energy into his body would most likely cause it to implode. We'd be sending him to certain death if we were to attempt a direct energy transfusion. But Mr. Alien is going to die if we do nothing. Dinah cried out. The Tarak man sighed as he nodded. Yes. But unless we have a way for Slade to absorb the Pixie's energy in a form he can accept, he will most certainly die. His voice trailed off as he gazed upon Jura, Mia and Dinah. And that's where you three come in, us? Jura inquired. Yes, only the three of you can make this plan work. But the procedure is extremely dangerous and there is no time for testing. This will be an all-or-nothing attempt. However, the chance of success is less than 50% and there is a very high probability of death. For the three of you, you may just die along with Slade. Are you willing to take that risk? If it means that we can save Mr. Alien. Dinah started. Then the risk is worth it. Mia agreed. Life wouldn't be worth living if he isn't in it. Jura said. Tell us what to do. The Tarak man was a bit uneasy at how quickly they responded and without hesitation. However, there was little time left and since they had given their consent, he had no choice but to initiate his proposal. Later, in the engineering section, near the Pixie's core, are you certain this will work? PC asked as she watched the three former Dread pilots laid down on the separate gurneys beside Slade's sedate body. Piley was busy preparing sedatives for each of them, as well as connecting them via cybernetic linkages to the ailing Tekkaman. To be truthful, Guero admitted, as he directed Parfait to set up the apparatus. Since he was a Tekkaman with enhanced strength, he couldn't risk touching the controls until he learned to control himself. A single touch to a button might cave in the control panel. No. PC stressed with much concern. Magna was also on edge at the doctor's uncertainty. Theoretically, it should work, but the best odds that I can give are 50-50, and that's only a conservative estimate. I've had a theory as to how Jura, Mia and Daida became Tekkaman. After all that we've learned about the Tekkaman power process, and experiencing the process myself, I can say with almost 100 certainty that it was because of Slade and the Nirvana's pixies, which gave them their abilities. Explain. Magno asked. The basic Tekkaman power process begins when a suitable candidate is encased within a structure called a Tekkapod, which is created by a pixie's core. The subject is then bombarded with a continuous stream of quantum energy, in which his flash or cellular structure is altered. The being's body becomes extremely energy efficient, which explains the enhanced strength, speed, reflexes and other physical abilities. The person also gains the power to create solid energy objects into crystalline forms, such as the armor and weapons. Interesting, but that doesn't explain Slade's lack of memory of his past. PC pointed out. I would say that it was due to some Radam tampering during the process. Dwero said. Remember that the Radam implanted parasitic organisms within Barnett and myself, in order to wipe out our memories and keep us under their control. Galeon had also claimed that the Tekkapod he was in tried to wipe out his past as well. Alright. We're following you so far. PC nodded. So what does this have to do with Daida, Mia and Jura being the instruments to heal Slade? I believe that their powers were derived directly from Slade. He once told me about the time he was in the process of transforming during the Pixie's core implosion, which hurled us to the other side of the galaxy and created the Nirvana. My guess is that Pixies, being a Radam device originally, must have reacted in the presence of a Tekkaman. When Slade transformed, the Pixies must have begun carrying out its original programming, which was to create Tekkaman, and the only suitable subjects at the time were Daida, Mia and Jura, correct? Magno guessed. Indeed. However, the Pixies did not have time to create Tekkapods to encase them when those missiles struck, so I'm speculating that it improvised. It must have shunted some of Slade's energy toward the girls, and at the same time, used whatever materials at hand to create Tekkadreads. PC snapped her fingers in comprehension. A very good assumption. Dwero agreed. What other reason could it have to alter their structure and make them compatible with Slade to form the Tekkadreads? You might say that those dreads had become makeshift Tekkapods. So what you're saying? Magno continued on Dwero's line of thought. Is that every time Slade merged with their dreads, then the girls were gradually put through the transformation process, until a final catalyst, namely that first battle with those other Tekkaman and Slade's evolution, pushed them over the edge and completed the process. Now, if my theory is correct, they may share the same quantum energy wavelengths as his, and they can be used to absorb the Pixie's energy and convert it into a form that Slade can accept. However, we need all three of them to collect enough power to restore him, and I cannot even begin to speculate at just what the power infusion of the Pixie's energy will do to them. and there just may be other X factors that I have yet to consider, both to them and Slade. So, what you are telling us is that instead of losing one Tekkaman, we might lose 4? Magno asked with concern. Yes. That just about covers it. However, time is limited and they had agreed to this procedure. And now, we are reaching the point of no return. Either we begin the process or abort and let Slade die. You know that is an outcome that we cannot accept. We shall save him. Understood? Guero took a long, tired sigh, then nodded. He then turned to Perfect and nodded for her to begin the process. She also took a deep breath and threw the activation lever. The 3 girls were automatically rolled into the depths of the Pixie's core, via their gurneys, and were then followed by the nearly dead Slade. Everyone present had their fingers crossed and held their breath. The 4 became obscured from sight as the light from the former Radam power source became brighter. On the sidelines, Guero turned to Piley and Perfect, who were manning the consoles. Status report. Energy flow is stable and I am registering 3 definite collection points. Perfect announced. Jura, Mia and Dinah are absorbing the Pixie's energy and are converting it at a rate of 12. Life signs are elevated, but are still within acceptable tolerances. Piley said. Slade is also starting to show slight improvement in his biorhythms. Increase energy output to 20%. Guero commanded. The 2 girls nodded their acknowledgement. For 30 minutes, the process continued without incident and there were a few who became optimistic at the outcome. When an hour had passed, Piley had announced that Slade was now approaching a near-conscious level of cerebral activity. However, that was when the battle alert sounded. No! Not now! Magno exclaimed. Guero shook his head in disgust. The enemy would have to attack at this time. The process to save Slade was too far along to halt now, and until it was complete, he would have to buy them the time they needed. Perfect. Piley. Continue the procedure and do not stop for anything. He then ran out of the engineering section and headed for the nearest airlock. In his right hand he made his Tekke crystal appear. Tekkadread. Everyone on board rushed to their battle stations as pilots manned their dreads and Vandreads. Barnet steeled herself as she strapped into her cockpit and signaled the flight crew that she was ready to launch. Her enhanced dread was catapulted into space, along with several other teams, plus the warrior squadron. She soon saw Tekkaman, Razor and Pegasus flying alongside her craft as they raced to meet the enemy. Coming at the defenders of the Nirvana was a huge armada of spider crabs, with the 3 Radam Tekkaman leading. Each were standing on what looked like grotesque manta rays, as they mimicked Slade riding on Pegasus. Behind them were 3 very strange-looking spider crabs, which were sleeker and much more streamlined than their cousins. In fact, they almost looked like living dreads. The 2 forces stopped to face off against each other. Well, Lan sneered as he addressed Guero and Barnet. If it isn't Razor and Gunner. So you've decided to side with these pathetic weaklings, day. We were never on your side to begin with, Barnet shouted back. Oh, I'm certain that you will both come around, Rapier said with confidence. Once we've destroyed the Naima's crew and bring back Slade's corpse as our trophy. Knowing you sentimental fools, you've probably kept his body for a funeral. Never. Razor shot back as he tensed up for an attack. We would rather die than do work for you and Tekkaman. That can be arranged, Axe said simply as he swung his weapon in a wide arc and loosed an arc of destructive energy. Razor dodged the attack and the battle began. As spider crabs began swarming toward the Naimana, Bart began firing at them with the ship's defensive lasers. However, it soon became apparent that the odds were stacked against them. For every one that he destroyed, 3 more would take his place. The Dreads and Vandreads found themselves hard-pressed to keep up with the onslaught, and the ship's defensive screens were less than adequate to protect the vessel for long. In the engineering section, Piley announced frantically that the life signs of the 3 female Tekkaman were beginning to rise beyond the safety zones. At the same time, Perfect became alarmed when the energy transfer was becoming erratic. With some of the power being diverted toward the defense of the ship, she could not maintain a steady power flow. Warning lights on her console lit up and both girls knew that the process was starting to speed out of control. However, they continued to press on in order to save Slade and the others. Deciding that there was no other option, they went for broke and increased the energy output to maximum. The Pixie's core seemed to scream out in protest as the light became brighter. Guero narrowly avoided a shot from Axe, then a stab from Rapier, before being slammed from behind by Lance. Without Slade and the other Tekkaman, Razor found himself being overwhelmed by his adversaries. He had neither the experience nor power to hold out for long against 3 seasoned opponents. Luckily for him, he had Dread Gunner watching out for him. Barnet saw him in trouble and swooped in to give him support. A volley of plasma bolts caused the enemy Tekkaman to scatter, and Guero used the opportunity to get some distance from them. It was then that he signaled to her that it was time to bring out the big guns. The Dread pilot nodded as she flew toward him and activated certain systems. In an instant, Tekkaman Razor and Dread Gunner fused together. The Dread swallowed up the Cosmic Warrior and shifted its form to become a Tekkadread. Ever since rejoining the Nirvana, the two had watched battle logs of Slade's combat and had eventually learned the tactics of fusion. They had later renamed their joint form as Tekkadread Blade 1 instead of Carnage. Perfect had tinkered with Barnet's Dread and it had altered its appearance. Tekkadread Blade now sported retractable arm blades, plus new thrusters and energy-based projectile launchers. However, even as Tekkadread Blade began cutting through the hordes of spider crabs, the 3 Radam fighters went through their own transformations which shocked all those present. One by one, each Tekkaman joined up with the trio of mutated spider crabs, causing them to transform into hideous versions of Tekkadread Mia, Dida and Jurax. Rapier was now Tekkadread's Flash, with deadly claws and energy talons. Her fusion was scarlet-colored and sported a very sleek exterior. She also had several circular discs orbiting about her form. Axe was in command of Tekkadread, crushed with hammer-like fists and a heavily armored body. His new form was dark blue-green and looked as if he was capable of ripping a planet in half. As for a lance, he became Tekkadread's flex as his new craft was slender and quick. He sported a kind of beam knife in one hand and it had feathery wings mounted on the back. Things had gotten from bad to worse to near hopeless as the three monstrosities prepared for the coup. In the engineering section of the Nirvana, chaos reigned as circuit panels exploded and cables snapped under pressure. Monitors cracked and blew out as the experiment reached its peak. Perfect and Pili were desperately trying to keep things under control, but there was just no stopping it. The entire area trembled and quaked as the Pixie's core gave all of the power it can. Finally, there was a pitiful whine and the Pixie steamed back to its regular state. 4 figures were expelled from its depths and landed on the floor in front of it. 3 of those figures stirred and awakened, while the 4th remained dormant. Then, there was an anguished cry. "Mr. Alien! Mr. Alien! Wake up!" Ida cradled Slade's lifeless form in her arms as she shook him, trying to get a reaction, anything at all. However, Slade remained unresponsive. Jura and Mia crawled toward them and also reached out to him. Mia checked for a pulse while Jura laid her head against his chest and listened for signs of breathing. But there was not even the slightest beat nor intake of breath. And as his body became colder, the 3 girls could only come to one conclusion. They had failed. "No! No! No! Mr. Alien!" Ida shook him even harder, but it was no use. "Slade, please, come back to us!" Jura cried out hysterically. "We can't have failed. We've come so far." Mia shook her head in denial. "It should have worked. It should have worked." The trio became wrecked with grief as the reality sank in. Despite their best efforts, Slade had become lost to them. Forever. Their sorrow slowly turned into denial, then to frustration, and finally to rage as they felt an overwhelming need to take it out on something. "He's gone. He's gone and he's never coming back." Ida sobbed. "Those bastards," Jura said in anguish. "If it weren't for the Radam always attacking, then Slade would still be with us. It's all their fault," Mia said as she showed a more emotional side of her personality. "They'll pay for this. They'll pay." The 3 of them reverently laid Slade's body on the floor and stood up, making their Tekka crystals appear. Though they were in exhausted states after the failed process, they all cried out together. "Tekkadread!" Tekkaman Ruby, Sapphire and Diamond sped out into space to join their comrades in defeating the enemy, and were shocked to see 3 versions of their old Tekkadreads beating down on Barren and Puero. However, with their rage and sorrow over the loss of the man they loved spurring them on, the 3 threw themselves into the fray with reckless abandon. No physical damage could ever match the grief in their hearts. They had done all that they could and they still couldn't save Slade. Lance, axe and rapier were a bit surprised at the ferocity of the three enemy Tekkaman, but they still had the advantage of their mutated Tekkadread forms. With more of the spider crabs coming at the Nirvana on all sides, and the Radam Tekkadreads bearing down on the three girls and Tekkadread blade, the outcome was appearing more dire by the moment. On the bridge of the Nirvana, Magnus shook her head sadly after being informed of the experiment's failure. Then, as she watched the enemy forces closing on the ship, she let off a resigned sigh. So this is how it all ends. We've beaten the odds and it has come so far, and now our luck has finally run out. Well, at least we'll all perish together. We'll be seeing you on the other side. Slade ... greater than the engineering section. Piley let a tear roll down her cheek as she began to draw the sheet over Slade's face. The end was near and she could only hope that it would be quick and painless. She had done her best, but it seemed that all of her efforts had been in vain. There was nothing left to do but wait for oblivion. Once the spider crabs breached the hull, then it would be all over. They were out of miracles. Or so they thought. Slade's body suddenly glowed with an eerie aura, getting the attention of all those present. Parfait looked down at her scanner and was surprised to be detecting large amounts of energy emanating from what was supposed to be a corpse. Then the supposedly dead Tekkaman sat up. Slade came to his feet and looked around with a puzzled expression on his face. Then he gazed upon the pixie's core, then to the shocked expressions of the crew members. He then looked down at his right hand, in which his Tekke crystal appeared in his palm. Holding it aloft, he cried out, "Tekkadread." His body was surrounded by a blinding flash of emerald green light as he became a living comet of power and streaked out of the Nirvana. Tarak, Jura and Mia, along with Razor and Gunner, found themselves surrounded on all sides and were about to meet their maker. Pegasus floated nearby, a near useless wreck after Tekkadread slice and slash had torn it apart. The Dread Teams and Warrior Squadron had been too occupied by the spider crab hordes to aid their comrades. The Nirvana's defenses were on the verge of collapse. Now, the three agents of Tekkaman were about to deliver the final blows. Then Slade appeared on the scene. "Slade. Mr. Alien. You're alive." Axe, rapier and lance had not been expecting a foe that was supposed to be dead to appear, but as soon as they saw him, they decided to use their superior forms to destroy him once and for all. However, Slade did not say a word as he triggered his transformation to blaster mode. There were no seizures or bout of intense pain as he assumed his penultimate form. This caused the Radam fighters to pause in their attack as they were uncertain if their Tekkadread forms were sufficient enough to destroy the evolved form of the Tekkaman warrior. Then Slade revealed a new surprise. Looking over to where his comrades were, he zeroed in on the nearest Tekkaman, namely Tekkaman Ruby. A beam of power burst from Slade and connected with Jura, causing the two of them to be drawn toward each other. The blonde fighter was taken completely by surprise as she found herself being pulled closer to him. Then to her shock, Slade's form was enveloped in a nimbus of blinding light and became transparent. His ghostly form overlapped her own body and she felt a surge of power coursing through her very being. Sections of Slade's white armor began to fuse with her own, making her appear more robust, yet still keeping with her feminine lines. In her mind, she could feel another presence in her consciousness, and knew just who it was as he urged her to accept the union. In one final burst of light, the transformation was complete and a new cosmic warrior was born. The new Tekkaman was about a foot taller than Tekkaman Blaster and was colored scarlet and white. Jura's blonde hair was no longer visible and the helmet was now framed by winged appendages. The shoulder epaulets were smoother and less angular. The blisters of Jura's armor had been relocated to the sides and legs, while the gauntlets each had a triangular shield on it. In each hand was a Tekkalan's. In a combined voice, she spoke. We are Tekkama and Blaze, on the Nivana's bridge. They've merged. Impossible. PC exclaimed. Tekkaman Blaze, eh? Magno remarked as she gazed upon the union of Jura and the newly reborn Slade. I wonder if this is one of those side effects that Guero had been talking about. The Radam fighters couldn't believe it. Every time they had thought they had the upper hand, that blasted Slade would upset their rightful victory. Well, this was going to stop. With that in mind, they aimed all of their weapons on the new warrior and fired. However, Tekkaman Blaze suddenly put up a barrier that deflected all of the beams and projectiles thrown at him /her. Then she let loose with a burst of energy that caused a shockwave that forced them back toward the spider crab hordes. It also caused the spider crabs to cease in their assault on the Nirvana and retreat with the others. Tekkaman Blaze then prepared to let loose with his her ultimate weapon. Tekkaman Axe, Lance and Rapier were just recovering from the sudden power surge when they saw the new Tekkaman about attack. His her shoulder plate slid open to reveal Slade's megavoltiker units, while at the same time, the gauntlets opened up and the blisters glowed intensely. They could feel the fear in their very beings swell as they saw their ends at hand. No. Wait. Lance said in cowardice as he remembered the last time he had faced off Slade. He was frozen with panic as he saw that his Tekkadread's thrusters had been damaged in the shockwave. Axe and Rapier, however, were smart enough to know when to retreat and used their Tekkadread forms to escape, leaving their comrade and the spider crabs to perish. No! Don't leave me! Lance pleaded as he tried to get away. However, that was when Tekkaman Blaze attacked. Reactor. GOLDKK. 2. Blaze let off a huge blast of energy, which scattered out in different directions, once the first targets were hit. This caused widespread destruction over a large section of space as the enemy was annihilated in a series of blasts, each one equal to the megavoltiker. Space was rocked by shockwaves in all directions and not a single Radam fighter was spared, including Lance. No. Please. Hey no. Tekkadread's face was vaporized, along with Lance. In an instant, there was nothing left of the arrogant Tekkaman. It was over. After the battle, the crew watched in awe as Tekkaman Blaze landed in the hangar, followed by Diamond, Sapphire, Razor and Barnet. The others immediately transformed back into their human forms, though Dwero had to request for something to cover himself up, since he still hadn't gotten the hang of transforming with his clothes on right. Greater than Barnet blushed a bit as she offered him a set of coveralls. Wow. So that's what a man really looks like, and greater than she glanced down briefly, then really turned crimson as she turned away her gaze. I mean, wow! Greater than. As for Blaze, she let off several flashes of energy, then suddenly split into Tekkaman Blaster and Ruby. Almost simultaneously, the two assumed their human forms of Slade and Jura. Slade fell to his knees in exhaustion. Jura, though she too was tired, was overjoyed to see the future Oma to her children alive and well, and immediately hugged him. Not wanting to be outdone, Mia and Ida also ran to his side and joined in the group embrace. Slade, you are alive, Mr. Alien. I'm so happy. Welcome back. The three carried on in their joy for a long while. During that time, Magno and BC entered the hangar and smiled at the sight of him. It seemed that things had worked out. Then, when the three females paused in their jubilation, Slade finally spoke and said, "Who are you?" This simple question stopped the trio dead in their celebrations as they gave Slade confused looks. "What are you talking about, Mr. Alien?" Ida asked. "You know us." Slade paused for a long while, then shook his head. "No. I don't know you. I don't know anyone here." Suddenly, there was a period of total silence as everyone tried to make sense of Slade's confusion and their own. Apparently, something had gone wrong. The sick bay. What? He has total memory loss, BC said after Dwero had given his report. The Tarak man nodded as he continued. Slade remembers absolutely nothing of his experiences on board this ship or anything else prior to that time. He knows of no one on the Nirvana, or anyone else he has met. He doesn't recognize any part of the ship. I've given him every kind of memory test known, and it seems that his mind has been wiped clean. It's as if he's a total stranger to us. I knew that the process to stabilize his cellular condition would have side effects, but I never dreamed that it would result in a complete loss of his identity. It was quite a shock to find out that he could merge with another Tekkaman, but it seems that something had to be sacrificed in the process. Is there no way to let him regain his lost memories? Magno asked in concern. None that I can think of. How ironic. We managed to save Slade, yet in doing so, we lost him. The person we once knew as Slade may be gone. Forever. The Radam homeworld. After reading the report given to him by Rapier and Axe, the Radam warlord came to a decision. Perhaps I have toyed with the Nirvana and Slade for too long. Lance is gone and this new merged Tekkaman may prove to be a problem. I may have to speed things up and move ahead with my conquest of Megele and Tarak. As for Slade greater than, he then sent a telepathic message to a certain Tekkaman who had been languishing away in a Tekkapod. Saber. Awaken! Greater than. The Crimson Tekkaman aroused from his forced slumber and responded. Master? Greater than. I have decided to grant your request to receive the power to defeat Slade. However, it will be a long and painful process to achieve the penultimate state of the Tekkaman. It will ultimately mean your death. Greater than Saber immediately agreed without hesitation. I don't care about that. I will defeat Slade, and if that means that I will die, then so be it! Greater than very well, Saber. Oh, and one more thing you should know about Slade. Greater than Saber snorted in disdain as he replied. HMPF. If you are talking about my former past, then I already know about that. I learned about it before you locked me in here. That is one of the main reasons why I want to prove to you all that I am better than Slade, and not some second-rate copy! Greater than I see. So you know already. So that is the reason behind your desire for revenge and what drives you to this path of self-destruction. Greater than I told you before, Tekkaman. I don't care. My connection with Slade is none of your affair. You want me to destroy Slade? Then give me the power to do so, and I shall serve you to the end of my existence. Even if it means the end of my life. After I defeat Slade, then I don't care about anything after that! Greater than so the decision is made. Prepare yourself, Saber! Greater than at that point, screams were heard within the depths of the Radam homeworld as a new threat was being created. To be continued. Author's notes: well, just because Slade didn't die now, doesn't mean that things are going any easier. He's lost his memory, and now his arch-rival is about to gain even more power. In the next chapter, the crew of the Nirvana must cope with someone that has become very dear to them, and yet is now a total stranger. Perhaps a planet of telepaths can help Slade finally regain his lost past, and reveal new secrets that will shock everyone to the core. As for Tekkaman, he will begin his final assault, and that means big trouble for everyone. See you then. 1. What else would you call it? 2. Yep, this is the same weapon that Tekkaman Hyber uses in Tekkaman Blade II, but think of it pumped up to the megavolticers levels of destruction. Chapter 22 Chapter 10 Part 1, Mindscape Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. How much longer do I have to tell people that Vandread, Tekkaman Blade and Ranma 1/2 do not belong to me? Greater than thoughts. Telepathic Thoughts. Chapter 10 Part 1 Mindscape. As the Nirvana continued on its voyage, a lone figure stood on the observation deck of the biopark and stared out into the endless void of the nebula the ship was traveling through. He was deep in thought, and for someone who had just lost his entire memory, that was saying a lot. He did not even notice a certain someone as she came up to him with a tray of food. "Mr. Alien?" Slade turned around with a puzzled look on his face. "Who? You, silly. You're Mr. Alien," Dinah replied cheerfully. "Mr. Alien? That's a funny name. So I'm an alien?" Slade cocked his head to one side and his puzzled expression became more pronounced. "What planet am I from?" Dinah was half expecting him to get annoyed at being called Mr. Alien, as she had gotten used to that reaction. This new response was a bit unnerving. It was so unlike him to be this unsure of himself. Just where was the Slade that she knew and loved? It was like talking to a total stranger. Ever since Slade had recovered from his cellular degeneration and had gained near total amnesia, Dwero had suggested to the crew to try and familiarize the Tekkaman to things that he once knew, in the hopes that it might jog his memory. So far, it had not been successful. "Here. I made you a batch of your favorite brownies, the red-haired girl said as she held up the tray. Slade continued to look puzzled as he gazed upon the offered food. That's great. They smell good. But don't you think you made too much? What do you mean? You always ate this much and more. I did. He scratched the back of his head. Yes. Don't you remember the last time I made you these? You gobbled them up. The cosmic warrior could only shake his head. No. I don't remember. By the way, who are you? I'm Tarak. Oh. Hi. I'm Mr. Alien. Tarak could only gaze helplessly as she let the tray drop out of her hand and land on the floor of the observation deck with a clatter dot another time. And these are the plans that we devised together so that the Vanguards and the Dreads could coordinate with each other. Mia stated as she showed Slade some tactical patterns on a monitor. Okay. So, how do they work? You should know. You were the one who came up with the basic maneuvers. The normally tough-minded female said. Me. I came up with these. You lead the warrior squadron. I do. Yes. You've been training Jusenkyo, Yukio and the others for months. I have. Yes. By now, Mia was getting exasperated. Surely he couldn't be this dense. Slade was silent for a long time before finally replying. So, how did I do that? And by the way, why are you in that dress? Mia looked down at herself and blushed furiously. She had purposely put on the white sundress in the hopes that it would help Slade remember. He had commented before that she had looked lovely in it, and she had been waiting for him to say it again. However, like Tarak, her attempts at bringing back his memories had hit a wall out the gym. He's got to remember this exclamation point greater than Jura walked seductively into training area where Slade was currently bench pressing 5 tons. She was dressed in the same tight leotard with leg warmers from before, as she swayed toward the future home of her children. I wonder how I got so strong. And why is it that I feel at ease when I'm working out like this? ? Greater than the Tekkaman thought as he finished with his reps, then sat up. It was then that he noticed that he wasn't alone. Hello there, Jura said in a sing-song voice as she leaned forward, which of course allowed Slade to get a good view of her bosom. She had purposely tugged down the plunging neckline of her outfit. Unfortunately for Jura, Slade did not react as he did before, as he had totally forgotten that she was intent on mating with him. He looked up with an innocent expression, and asked, "And who are you? You remember me, Slade? I'm Jura. And you're supposed to be helping me to have a baby." "I am." "That's right. You can't say that you've forgotten that." "Well, I can't say that I remember ever agreeing to anything," Slade said as he shrugged his shoulders. "And don't you think that this is all too sudden? I mean, we've only met just a couple of days ago." "No, we haven't, Slade. We've known each other for almost a year now." "We have?" "Yes. Surely you remember this." She then leaned forward, framed his head with her hands and gave him one of the hottest, wettest, and most tongue-twisting kisses she had ever given. They remained lip-locked for over a minute, and when they finally pulled away, she gave his lower lip a gentle nip, and sucked on it briefly before facing him again. When she saw that slight glint in his eyes, she began to hope that her kiss had been the key to reopening his lost memories. Perhaps he would finally. Slade continued to look puzzled with a bit of lipstick on his mouth. So what was that all about? Not that I'm complaining, mind you, but don't you think this is going a bit too fast? The blonde Tekkaman felt like ripping out her own hair. She was tempted. She was so tempted to just jump on him, tear off his clothes, and do the wild thing non-stop. She had been studying that video she had seen, until he finally remembered. Or got her pregnant. In his current state, he was unlikely to stop her. However, she didn't. Though his naivete was charming in its own way, Jura wanted the old Slade back. She had liked the way he stuttered and tripped on his own feet whenever she made advances toward him. It would have made the conquest ever more satisfying when she finally seduced him. It would have been honest and more meaningful. Then she had a terrifying thought. What if he had forgotten how babies were made in the old days? The cafeteria. It's like talking to a complete stranger. Yukio the XGI commented as she and Shanpo ate lunch. He walks around like a ghost and I've had to teach him how to work his station. I know. The only thing that he seems to remember are his martial arts. The Amazon stated. The doctor told me that Slade seems to have some sort of physical memory ability and his fighting techniques are like a conditioned reflex. He doesn't have to think, he just reacts. But that doesn't help if he can't lead the warrior squadron with the tactics that he made. Especially if he can't even remember the codes and signals. It was then that the okonomiyaki chef thought of something and snapped her fingers. Hishan, you told me once that your Amazon ancestors had some kind of technique that could manipulate memory. Shanpu nodded. Yes. It was called the Zaifangjiao Shiatsu technique, if I remember right. It used some special herbal shampoo and specific pressure points that could erase or restore memories. Maybe you can do it on Slade and get his memory back. The red-haired warrior shook her head. It wouldn't work. First of all, the memory restoring technique only restores memories that were erased by the Zaifangjiao Shiatsu. Secondly, I don't have any Formula 119 and I don't know the pressure points. What's Formula 119? It's the shampoo blend type that was used to restore memory. To erase memory, you use Formula 110. The recipes for mixing both have been lost for centuries, and I only know about the technique from an old diary from my distant ancestor. Her name was Shanpu as well. Double quote the recreation room. Oh, Puro too. I told you. Her name is Nodoka. Ezra said with some annoyance as she breastfed her daughter. She wished that the Navi robot would stop thinking that her child belonged to him. He had nothing to do with her birth and most certainly was not related to her in any way. Her name is... Oh, hello, Slade. Ezra said in a sing-song voice. Puro stopped in his tracks the moment he heard that name. He quivered a bit as he slowly turned around and expected to be knocked across the room by the Tekkaman. However, to his and Ezra's surprise, Slade simply walked past them without even noticing them. Slade. Ezra called out to him. He stopped and looked over his shoulder to her. Are you talking to me? Why, of course, silly. Now would you please tell Puro my daughter's name is not Puro too? Really? That's an odd name for a baby. So what is her real name? You named her. I did, yes. Okay. So what did I name her? Ezra couldn't believe it. The rumors about Slade having near total amnesia were true, and now she had Puro constantly insisting that Nodoka belonged to him and was named Puro to later. I can't stand it anymore. Jura lamented as she and the others were gathered in the conference room. I want Slade back. Calm down, Jura. Magno said tiredly. We all want him back, but things like this take time. Time is not a luxury that we have to spare, especially since we are nearing Tarak and Megele. And there is a chance that Slade's memory may never come back. Dwero pointed out. Though he hated to be the bearer of bad news, as a doctor he had to be objective and give all relevant facts. However, I believe that Slade's memories may still exist somewhere in his innermost psyche. The problem is that we don't know where to look. Oh, I do know of a procedure that just might help. Really? What is it? Dinah asked hopefully. Mind you, this sort of process is not normally taught at the academy. The Tarak man replied. I only learned about it after going through the medical logs. There has been one instance in which a person was able to regain his memory after suffering a traumatic experience. This was done completely by accident, and it hasn't been duplicated since. But the process was recorded. Explain. BC queried. Well, if I read the report correctly, a small boy on Tarak had slipped into a deep coma and was in danger of suffering brain damage. In an attempt to preserve his memories and keep him from mental instability, one of our scientists decided to experiment with a new device, which allowed another person's brain waves to synchronize with the boy's. It was called. At that moment, an urgent message was sent to the main monitor of the conference room. One of the bridge crew informed the captain that they had arrived at a planet that had been hidden within the nebula. The inhabitants had highlighted the nearest on the communications station and asked specifically if Slade was aboard the bridge. Galileo and Viper-san. Magno was quite surprised to see the Tekkaman of Mission Delta 6. Hello again, Nirvana. Fancy meeting all of you here. The silver-haired youth smiled as he greeted his friends on the main monitor. What are you doing here? I thought you were protecting the mission. Tekkaman Phantom shrugged. I can't protect a place that isn't there anymore. What? It's a long story and I'll be happy to tell you all about it. Can you guys come down to the planet? There's some people I'd like you to meet and I want to discuss some things with Slade. By the way, how's he doing?" Magno was a bit at a loss at how to answer. An hour later, on the planet's surface, Galeon smiled as he and a group of people came to meet the Nirvana's landing party. The individuals he was with included the former leader of the mission, Rebecca, and two men who were dressed like Rabbi. One was in his late 20s, while the other was far older and looked like an ancient Native American shaman. The old man smiled as he saw Slade and stepped forward. He nodded to the Tekkaman, and then to the surprise of the Nirvana's crew, his voice was heard in everyone's head. "It is good to see you again, Slade." Slade was by far the most shocked to hear his voice in his head. "Huh? How'd you do that? I didn't see your mouth move." The shaman was somewhat puzzled by Slade's reaction. "What do you mean? You know that we developed a way to speak with our minds when the harvesters took our voices. You were here on our world a year ago. Surely, you can't have already forgotten?" Magno nodded as she understood that the inhabitants of this world were telepaths. She addressed the shaman. "I'm afraid that he has forgotten everything." Double quote. After a long and detailed exchange of information, both sides were both brought up to date on the past few months. They were all gathered in the main conference hall of the village, which was cut into the side of a large mesa. "So the mission was destroyed and all of you ended up on this planet 4 months ago?" BC asked. Elizabeth nodded. "That's right. We were chased across the galaxy by the Radam and barely managed to escape them by entering this nebula. It was lucky for us that these people were here to help us out. We were almost out of food, medical supplies and power packs. I don't think we would have made it without their aid." "Yeah," Galeon agreed. "And they helped me out a lot too." "How?" Dwero asked. "They helped me overcome my problem with the 30-minute time limit. Thanks to their mental training, I don't lose control over my Tekkaman form anymore, even if I stay in it longer than half an hour." He then snapped his fingers as an idea came to him. "Hey, maybe they can help Slade and his memories too." The Tarak doctor considered the idea, then addressed the shaman. "It does sound feasible. With what I've seen so far, your people do possess some considerable psychic ability. Perhaps?" The old man shook his head and mentally replied, "It is not as easy as one might think, Mr. McFile." With Galeon, it was a simple matter to quell the rage and battle lust of his Tekkaman form. However, with Slade, the task is far more difficult. There is no reference or starting point in which one could use. It would be like exploring a totally uncharted world. You must understand that a person's innermost psyche is like a universe in itself, and there are parts of one's being that he may not even be aware of. That is doubly true in Slade's case. Explain. When he first came to our world, he was quite lost, both physically and emotionally. When we probed him, we discovered that a large part of his spiritual being was missing, hidden deep within his own mind. None of our techniques were able to coax it out. What you knew of his Slade only represented a minor portion of his inner self. It was all that he had. Now, he does not even possess that much. There is nothing to start with. The entirety of his soul now drifts in limbo. You're being very vague, the Tarak doctor commented. Could you be more precise in your descriptions? If I knew some values, some figures to start off with, then perhaps. The shaman let off a sound that resembled a muffled chuckle, though with no larynx. It was hard to tell. I wish I could, but even we could not even begin to know where to look for Slade's memories, and we had made numerous attempts before. If we had some kind of link to his inner self, then perhaps we would know which direction to search. The Nirvana landing party looked at one another with expressions of worry and uncertainty. Among them, Slade stood in silence. Later, down the Nirvana. Hello Misty, how's it going? Ezra asked as she sat down opposite to her in the cafeteria. In her arms, little Nodoka slept. The 14-year-old sighed as she twiddled her spoon in her mashed potatoes. She did not respond to Ezra as she continued to stare at her uneaten meal. Her holographic friend Q-chan appeared on her shoulder and mimicked its master's mood. Misty, is everything all right? The normally quiet female pressed. Finally, after a long stretch of silence, Misty responded. I was thinking, when the Nirvana heads out of the nebula, you can just leave me behind on this planet. This caught Ezra by surprise. What? Are you serious? Why would you want to do that? You're a part of the crew. Am I? Do I really belong on this ship? I should think so. I mean, you fit right in as a bridge operator and... The blue-haired girl shook her head. That's not what I meant, Ezra. What I'm trying to say is that I feel so lonely on the Nirvana. I mean, I was in that cryopod for more than 63 years. Everything and everyone that I knew is gone and I find myself in a place where things are totally different from what I grew up with. No offense to anyone or your planets, but this all-female, all-male stuff is really weird to me. I thought that I'd never find anyone who could understand me. Until I met Slade. I see. Yeah, he was the only person who understood. I really wanted someone who knew what I knew, and I thought that maybe he and I could. Misty lowered her head in sadness. But he never saw me as anything more than just a friend. And the more I tried to get close to him, the further we got. And I couldn't compete with Jura, Mia and Dinah, especially when they became Tekkaman. Now, Slade doesn't even remember me. So where does that leave me? Misty. I never knew. The young girl sighed as she shook her head. It's okay, Ezra. I shouldn't have expected Slade and me to go together, just because he knew about how things were between men and women. She pushed her tray aside. I've been thinking about this for a long time now. And I heard that the people on that planet know about the old ways, so maybe I can find my place there. Misty. The 14-year-old, technically 77, said nothing more as she got up and walked off top in the Nirvana's sick day. What is this? BC asked as the captain and others crowded around to strange devices that looked like cryopods, but were modified near the head regions with sensor panels and energy emitters. Slade was not present at the time. The cerebral wavelength synchronizer. Dwero explained. You do remember when I said that on Tarak, there was a device that was invented to allow a person to regain his memories after a traumatic experience? Well, this is it. It took some doing for Parfat's engineers to construct a working model. And this will help Slade remember who he was. Magno asked. Possibly. In the only recorded instance, an old man's brainwaves were synchronized with a young boy's when the child suffered brain damage and near-total amnesia. The process allowed the boy to recover all of his memories and the tissue trauma was repaired. Then let's use it. Jura said excitedly. I'll do it. Dwero shook his head. Not so fast, Jura. The boy recovered, but the old man died as a result. That was the main reason why this project was abandoned. Plus there is an added danger that the person who synchronizes with Slade may end up like him, provided that he or she survived the process. Synchronizing to separate brainwaves is a tricky business and intermingling thoughts can result in mental instability, emotional stress or even permanent insanity. Still interested in volunteering? Juro was taken aback by this news, though she, Ida and Mia were intent on helping Slade. So if it's that dangerous, why did you have it built? Magno asked. The Tarak man nodded as he replied. I was initially reluctant to suggest this type of action, but that was before we met our telepathic friends. He gestured to the shaman of the psychics. With their expertise, the person who synchronizes with Slade will have additional mental support and guidance through his subconscious. The telepaths will also be able to keep the volunteer's mind from intermixing too deeply with Slade's. And, I believe that the person who enters his mind should be someone who has a close psychological rapport with him. That would be either Jura, Mia or Dinah, considering that they all share similar biorhythms. Mia nodded as she stepped forward. I'll do it. What do you mean? I'll save Mr. Alien, Dinah said as she also stepped forward. Oh no. I'll do it. Jura interjected. The three began to argue among themselves as each tried to convince the doctor that she would be the perfect volunteer. Later, both Jura and Dinah stood with expressions of jealousy and disappointment as they watched Mia being strapped into one of the synchronizer pods. Beside her in the other pod, Slade was already sedate and sleeping peacefully. It had been decided that Mia had the most disciplined mental state and was therefore chosen to be synchronized with the Tekkaman. Sitting nearby, the telepathic shaman leader was prepared to guide Mia's mind through Slade's subconscious. It's not fair. I wanted to do it. Dinah pouted. So did I. But if it brings Slade's memories back, then I guess it doesn't matter. Jura let off a sigh. Oh, I would have loved to see just what goes on in Slade's mind. At that point, Dwero was giving last-minute instructions to Mia. Now remember, if things start to get intense, then we will pull your mind out of Slade's. The shaman should be able to guide you through Slade's subconscious and find his memories, as well as keep your own psyche stable. Be careful. We have no idea just what you might encounter in his inner mind. Understood? Mia said as she began to feel the effects of the sedative. In seconds she was asleep as the doctor instructed Parfait in working the control panel. He still couldn't touch anything or anyone without causing damage with his super strength. He wondered just how Slade and the others managed to keep such power in check. Begin brainwave scan. The bespectacled girl nodded as she started the process. Okay, here goes. Both pods let off simultaneous hums as they powered up. In Mia's pod, her mind was being merged with Slade's. On her forehead, a small spark of light appeared and flickered. It was a tiny white dot in which no one noticed. And in Slade's pod, a minuscule green mark also appeared. No one in the sick bay noticed as the process continued. Sitting cross-legged and in deep meditation, the shaman used his psychic ability to ease Mia's mental journey into Slade's inner being. Brainwave activity stable. Beginning synchronization. Parfait said as she began matching the thoughts of the two Tekkaman. Off to one side, Jura began feeling a twinge of pain as she brought one hand up to rub her right temple. Is something wrong, Jura? Ow! Ida asked. Then she felt a pang of pain in her own head. On both of their foreheads, red and blue lights appeared. Each light then took the shape of their Tekka crystals. In the pods, the lights on Slade and Mia also took the forms of their crystals. At the control console, Poirot became puzzled when the readouts began showing some odd figures. Parfait was also in a state of confusion. What's going on, Parfait? I don't know. The engineer said. 1 minute, I'm reading to separate brain waves, and now I'm showing 4. That's impossible. Slade and Mia should be the only two. Where are those other brain waves coming from? Shut down the process. Too late. The brain waves are in a state of final synchronization. I can't stop it now. The shaman's brow furrowed as he bore the brunt of the additional psychic energies, but managed to convey them all into Slade's being. There was a tremendous flash of light as both pods whined and then fell silent. That was when Jura and Ida collapsed on the floor and became unconscious. Somewhere in Slade's mind. Mia felt an odd feeling as she found herself floating in a place that was hazy and full of shadows. She wondered if this was what the inside of a person's mind was like. Then suddenly, it got bright and she found herself falling. She landed hard on her rear on the ground. Ow! She rubbed her sore posterior and stood up. She looked about and saw that she was in a place that could only be described as weird. The landscape was strewn with odd shapes and colors, and coming out from the ground were strange tendrils that resembled vines or ropes. Every now and then, flashes of light would appear across the multicolored sky. It was chaos in its purest form, and it was not at all what she expected to see. And then, she saw them. Hey Mia, where are we? The blue-haired girl's eyes widened as she beheld her two compatriots. What the? What are you two doing here? Jura shrugged as she replied. I don't know. 1 minute, I was watching you and Slade in the sick bay. The next minute I get one really big headache, and I find myself here. Me too. Dinah chirped. It was then that they all heard Poirot's voice echoing around them. Mia, can you hear me? The three girls looked about for the good doctor but could not see him anywhere. Yes, we can hear you. Where are you? Mia cried out about the sick bay. Poirot nodded as he spoke into the console's audio emitter. I'm where you left me, in the sick bay. The shaman is setting up a kind of psychic link to allow me to communicate with you inside of Slade's mind. Are you alright? Can you describe to me what's going on in there? And why did you say we can hear you? Nearby, Piley and 2 other crew members were tending to the unconscious forms of Dinah and Jura. I don't know how, but Jura and Dinah are in here with me. Mia replied. I don't understand, Doctor. I thought I was the only one who was going to synchronize with Slade. HMMM. I wonder if this has anything to do with them being unconscious. The physician pondered for a while, then addressed his apprentice. Piley, can you do a cerebral scan on Dinah and Jura? Give me a reading. The young doctor in training nodded as she took out a small device and waved it over Jura's forehead, then Dinah's. She then looked at the readout and said, I'm getting a reading of 0.0475 on the delta wave frequencies. It's like they both went from full consciousness to near comas instantly. I'm not picking up any signs of physical trauma or anything that might have caused them to be this way. Perfect then looked at the psychoscanner and exclaimed, wait a second. Did you say 0.0475 on the delta wave frequency? That's exactly the frequency that Mia's brainwaves are synchronized with Slade's. Magno and Tuzum were also shocked to hear this news. Fascinating. Poirot commented. I've always suspected that Slade and these 3 girls shared some kind of psychic bond, considering that Dinah, Mia and Jura's powers were derived from Slade's. However, I never imagined that their connection to him would be this deep. It could be that the synchronizer and the shaman's telepathic ability amplified the connection. Then again, that could be the same for me and Barren. Greater than he mentally added. So you're saying that they're now all in Slade's mind? Magno queried. That's about the size of it. Poirot answered. Now separating 4 brainwaves instead of 2 will present a considerable problem. The shaman decided to speak. Indeed, but I suggest that we focus on the task at hand. We must first locate Slade's true self. We shall deal with the other problem afterwards. Agreed. Now then, instruct them to imagine a hill and begin climbing it. A hill? It is the mind we are dealing with, correct? Therefore, one needs only to think, in order to make it real. And all things must begin with the first step. We must start from the bottom and work our way up. A hill? Jura wondered after Poirot relayed the message. That's what the shaman said. He says that you need to imagine a hill and start climbing it. Puero responded. The three females looked at each other for a while, nodded simultaneously and closed their eyes. Sure enough, a slope appeared before them and they started to walk upward. After what seemed to be hours, the slope leveled off and the trio looked about at their surroundings. Everywhere seemed to be a jumble of strange forms and colors. There was no real way of telling if they were going in the right direction or wandering aimlessly. Taira looked about in awe and decided to investigate one of the many tendrils which was strewn haphazardly all over the landscape. She slowly reached out and touched one of them. In an instant she saw a brief, intense image in her mind. She immediately withdrew her hand. Wow! What was that? She reached out and touched the tendril again. This time she did not withdraw her hand. She smiled as she recognized the image of Slade in his Tekkaman armor as he fused with her dread. Hey! I remember that. Jura and Mia walked over to where she was standing. What are you doing, Taira? Mia asked. I think I may have found one of Mr. Alien's memories. Touch this. The two girls did so and were similarly amazed to see what Taira had witnessed. They went off in different directions and started to touch other tendrils. Jura winced a bit after seeing a scene of her first Tekkadread's form. I always hated that form. The second one was better. Mia saw a scene of herself in her white sundress and blushed. Then she turned back to her companions. I think these things must be like threads of Slade's memories, sort of like recordings. Hey, maybe I can find more of me in here, Taira said excitedly as she began checking out more of the tendrils. However, Mia reached out and grabbed the red-haired girl's right arm. Hold on, Taira. We can't just go running off in his mind. We need to collect his memories and bring Slade back. Mia's right, Puero said through the communicator. You can't go wandering about in his psyche and randomly finding brief periods of his personal history. Just looking for memories that you've shared with him is not enough. You have to find the source of what makes Slade who he is. I don't understand. I thought we were here to help Slade remember us, Jura said. The shaman tells me that we need to find Slade as a whole, not just the part that we remember. I know it sounds more philosophical than scientific, but this procedure is unorthodox and I believe what he is referring to is Slade's soul, his spirit, the intangible, something that makes him unique. We need Slade to remember not just us, but himself as well. The trio were even more confused and were about to ask where to go, when Jura noticed a light off to her left and pointed to it. Hey, why don't we try over there? Why? Taira asked. Jura shrugged again. Why not? It's not like we know where else to go, right? Mia couldn't argue with the logic as she and Taira followed the blonde's lead. Unknown to them, a shadowy figure was hiding behind a nearby tendril and was watching them intently. Some time later. How long have we been walking? Taira inquired. I haven't the slightest idea, Mia said. It's hard to tell time in this place and we still haven't found anything that remotely resembles Slade's soul. I don't know even what to look for. In front of them, Jura suddenly stopped and looked around. She turned around to face her friends. Do you feel something? Huh? Dinah replied. What do you mean? I'm not sure. I've been getting the feeling that someone's been following us. Are you sure? I mean, who else would be in Slade's mind besides us? Mia asked. Ooh, me. The three girls turned to face the new voice and were surprised to see Slade hiding behind a tendril and quivering. He was dressed in a pale yellow-colored version of his usual clothes, and he had a very unique expression on his face. Mr. Alien. Dinah immediately tackled him to the ground and hugged him tight. Slade cried out in fear as he tried to get out of her embrace. He scrambled out of her arms and cowered behind a tendril. He shivered like a leaf as he peeked around the tendril and said, "Keep away! You scare me." To the girls, this was a first. Since when was Slade afraid of anyone, let alone Dinah? Mia? What's going on? I thought I heard Slade's voice. Did you find him? Dwero asked. I think so. Mia didn't know quite to make of it. This person looked like Slade, but didn't act like him. Just then, another figure appeared behind them and cried out, "Hey baby! Gee, I am Ikazuchi." Juro was caught totally off guard when someone grabbed her by the waist, turned her around and lip-locked with her. Her eyes widened in shock then closed in absolute joy as she realized she was kissing Slade. A red-colored Slade, but a Slade nevertheless. Meanwhile, Dinah was trying to coax the yellow-colored Slade out from behind the tendril. "Oh come on, Mr. Alien. It's me, Dinah. Stay away," Pink Slade said as he cringed even further from her. Mia stood in confusion as one Slade cowered in terror and another continued his osculation with Jura. "Just what is going on?" she said to no one in particular. To her surprise, someone answered. "Looks like the end." "I knew it." Mia turned about to see a blue-colored, sad-looking Slade. Then, just as she was about to address the newcomer, another Slade appeared behind him and whacked him upside the head. This one was colored purple. "You know how depressing you always make me. I am sick and tired of your whining all the time. Hey, lay off. What did he ever do to you?" A dark green Slade said as he came to his counterpart's aid. An orange Slade, this one with spectacles, also made an appearance. Indeed, resorting to violence is a first and only measure, begets more violence and in the end, destroys the question itself before reaching any solutions. And just remember, that it takes two to tango, three to make a conga line, and only one to do the twist. A brown Slade went out. The orange figure stared at his opposite half with confusion. "Just what does that have to do with anything?" The brown Slade shrugged. "Hey, when in Rome, do as the Greeks do." A gray Slade came into view behind Mia and let loose with one huge belch. A pink Slade then came to chide him. At the very least, you could have said excuse me. At that point, Dinah was lightly tapped on her back. She turned to see a smiling, magenta Slade, as he quickly embraced her. "T.I.D.A. Mr. Alien is so glad to see you." A light green Slade started to insistently tap on red Slade's shoulder as he continued to lip-lock with Jura. "So come on. When do I get a chance?" Nearby, two Slades, one white and one black, were pounding the living daylights out of each other. Then more Slades appeared, each one colored in a different hue and acting differently. They began arguing among each other and the three found themselves in a sea of Slades. "What the heck are you doing? Hey! Where's the party? I'm hungry." Excuse me. You guys are so lame. Will you just shut up? Please, can't we all get along? ? Double quote in the sick day. Poirot became more concerned as Parfait announced that Slade's brainwaves were getting erratic. Furthermore, it was becoming harder to distinguish the brain patterns of the three females. It was as if they were becoming swamped by the intensity of Slade's mental activity. "Doctor. Mia. What's going on?" the Tarak man said through the audio transmitter. "I don't know." Suddenly, we surrounded by dozens of Slades. Dozens of Slades. The shaman nodded as he determined the cause of the confusion. It seems that they have found many pieces of Slade's hole. Double quote many pieces of Slade's hole. What's that supposed to mean? Mia wondered after Dwero had relayed the message. She gazed upon the crowd of Slades that surrounded them and then realized what the shaman was getting at. "Dinah. Jura. I figured it out." Dinah came over to Mia after she broke away from the yellow Slade. As for Jura, though she hated to stop kissing the red Slade, she too went over to the former Dread leader. "What is it?" the blonde asked. "Yeah, why are there so many Mr. Aliens?" Mia nodded as she explained. "The shaman said that these people are pieces of Slade's whole. What I think is that each one represents a different part of Slade's personality. The yellow must be his shyness, while the red one is his spontaneity. Or his lust." She blushed furiously after saying it. "I like that one," the voluptuous Tekkaman remarked. "Now why couldn't we see more of him?" "I get it," Dinah said. "The blue one is sad. The magenta one is happy. The green one is jealously. And the gray one." "Exactly." Mia nodded, cutting her off. "And I think that the reason why Slade can't remember us or anything else is because all of these pieces are scattered about in his mind. If we could bring them all together, then maybe Slade will get his memory back. Double quote that single quote sounds like a reasonable hypothesis. Dwero spoke from the sick day. However, there are many properties to a person's personality and I don't have any idea of how you are going to gather them all up. They already possess the key," the shaman stated telepathically. After all, the three were able to enter into Slade's inner world. Dwero pondered the statement then snapped his fingers. "Mia. Dinah. Jura. You three must have some kind of connection to Slade's inner being. It's probably the reason why all of those sides of his personality were drawn to you. If you all concentrate and focus on everything you know about him, then perhaps you can get those sides to merge. Inside Slade's mind. It sounds like a really crazy idea, Jura stated. So how are we going to do this? It was then that Dinah got an idea. Hey, maybe we can get Mr. Alien back with this. She raised her right arm and made her blue Tekke crystal appear. How did you do that? Mia asked. Dinah shrugged. Remember Mr. Doctor said that we only had to think to make stuff real in here? I just thought of my crystal and well. The other two girls nodded and brought out their own Tekke crystals. They held them aloft and the Slades responded by making their own crystals appear. More Slades appeared before them and made their crystals appear. Soon, an infinite number of Slades were present. A minute later, a flash of light engulfed the entire area, blinding all in its brilliance. A heartbeat afterward, the light was gone and only 4 people remained. Mia, Dinah, Jura, and 1 Slade. The remaining Slade shook his head to clear it and made his emerald Tekke crystal disappear. He was dressed in his usual garb and was normally colored. He looked toward the girls and smiled. Hey Dinah, Mia, Jura, what are you three doing here? You remember us, Mr. Alien? Dinah asked tentatively. Of course I remember you. Oh, I really wish you'd stop calling me Mr. Alien. It's getting really old and... Okay. Slade was immediately hugged by 3 joyous females. All 3 began crying and going on about how glad they were that he was back. The trio threatened to squeeze the life out of him, and he had to forcibly break loose from their embrace. Whoa! Not that I'm complaining, but what was that all about? Oh Slade, it's good to have you back, Jura said happily. You remember us, Mr. Alien. I'm so glad you're you again. Dinah jumped up and down. Welcome back Slade, Mia said, trying to keep her composure, but her eyes were watery. Sure. I'm glad to be back, though I can't say I remember going anywhere. Last thing I recall was fighting that Radam battleship and blacking out, but that's about it. So you remember everything? Mia inquired. The time you first met us. The time we were thrown across the galaxy. And when you came to Tarak. Yeah, I remember all of that, though I still can't recall anything before that and... It was then that the 4 of them noticed a dark, shadowy area just over the horizon. It was accentuated by periodic flashes of light and it had a foreboding presence emanating from it. Mr. Alien? What is that place? Dinah asked. Slade shrugged. I don't know. I never went there before. I never could get close enough to it. Every time I tried, it would block me out and I'd feel some kind of cold sensation. So I left it alone. Do you think that place may be where to find all of your lost memories? The ones about your unknown past? Mia asked. I don't know. It could be. Slade answered. So why don't we go find out? Jura suggested. The doctor did say that we needed to find every bit of your soul, right? The other two girls nodded as they began to head toward the darkened area. Slade soon followed and the four of them disappeared into the shadowy realm of the Tekkaman's psyche. In the sick day, Puero became alarmed. I can't separate their brainwave patterns. Parfait cried out. They'd gone too far into Slade's subconscious. Mia. Dinah. Jura. Can you hear me? Puero tried to raise them on the console, but all he got was static. He began to worry that the girls were now lost in Slade's inner being with no way to get them out. The shaman, however, continued to remain calm as he spoke. Do not fear. They are safe and shall return, with all of Slade. They are nearing the end of their journey into his soul. Double quote. I don't like this place, Dinah said as she and the others continued on their way through the deepest and most foreboding part of Slade's mind. It was as if the shadows were alive and were trying to smother them in an endless black void. Though she had stopped being afraid of the dark when she was 6 years old, this blackness was more fearful than any childhood nightmare she ever had. O'Neill wouldn't admit it openly. She too was unnerved by the shadows and hoped that they would find that part of Slade's soul for him to be complete. She was curious as to what he was like before she had met him. However, to have that missing part of his being trapped within a place such as this, had to mean that something intense must have happened to him. Something so terrible, that he shunned that portion of his life and memories away. She began to feel the sorrow and pain that she felt when she was younger. She also felt that familiar sense of anxiety as the shadows seemed to close in on her, and her claustrophobia began to surface. Mia began to suspect that what she was experiencing was somehow connected to this place and Slade's lost past. She wondered just what had happened to make him want to deny this part of his inner self and affect her in such a way. For Jura, she put on a brave front, so that the others wouldn't realize that she was scared out of her wits. Something about this place was making her feel the fear she had gone through in her younger years. During her time in grade school, she had actually been a plain-looking child, and was the butt of many practical jokes by the other children. Though she had toughed it out and eventually blossomed into the beauty that she was now, the fear of loneliness and never being noticed had stayed with her. She always wanted fame and recognition since then, and until the time she met Slade, that was her only concern. She clung to his arm for reassurance that she wasn't alone and there was at least one person who thought of her as someone special. As for Slade, he couldn't help but keep scratching at the scar on his left eye and cheek. For some reason, this area of his subconscious was connected to the wound. Then, as they neared the center of the shadow, red dots of light began appearing all around them. The white Tekkaman felt a cold shiver travel down his spine. As the lights neared, he began to realize why he was feeling this way.